Okay, that should work. I'm just getting a little weird thing. Like, I got a few disconnecting, reconnecting notices from OBS. So I'm just making sure. But it looks like it's streaming. Okay, that should work. I'm just getting a little weird thing. Like, okay, it seems like it's working. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the whole screen because I still got to make my Instagram post. Discuss the discussion question in the chat. Thank you. I'll be right back. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to another live stream video version of one of my Substack pieces where I read it out loud to you with the YouTube chat hanging out, and we discuss some of the topics related to the piece and also just gab and shoot the shit because that's what we tend to do. It's great to see everyone again, fresh off the heels of Midwest Fur Fest. What a delight. I was very tired at the top of this week, but I am restored, rejuvenated, and, improved. I'm back and better than ever, having done a ton of psychedelics and, now obviously found enlightenment and see past the veil and, feeling all loved up and all that good stuff. So, hello, how's everybody's afternoon going and other time zones? Also, hi to everybody watching this video after the fact on YouTube. You're welcome to join the conversation in an asynchronous format in comments or by joining our Discord server, the Piscord. Today, we are talking all about adulthood and the biological markers that people sometimes point to as defining adulthood. Myelination of the frontal lobes of the brain, neural connectivity, puberty is another one. Various attempts to take something that is very clearly a social role structure issue and make it retroactively make sense biologically, right? We've had the idea of adulthood as a psychological concept, as a cultural concept, since long before anybody was looking inside the brain for signs of when it happens. And yet, hello, Jules, thank you for the subscription. And yet, we have in recent years attempted to retrofit a biological definition of adulthood onto a cultural concept that existed long before any capacity to even think about that biology. And it gets especially messy because there are multiple adulthoods. There are multiple kinds of adulthoods. There's multiple rights and responsibilities that, depending on your culture or legal system, come with adulthood. Even within any given culture or country, there are usually multiple different things that are considered markers of adulthood. And so it gets really fraught once we try and make that make some kind of biological sense. This thing that is ultimately quite arbitrary and is wrapped up a lot in the oppression of children. So we're going to have a little fun with that. And read my latest piece on that. And we're also going to do some hypno kink and taboo kink ratings on some tier lists because these tier lists have been floating around on Tumblr and on the Piscord, the Discord server for these streams. And it's going to be real fun to fill out. And this is a shorter piece, the one that I'm reading today. It's like a cool, 2,800 words or something like that, which is short for me. And so I anticipate that we'll have more time than we usually do. So yes, welcome. Hello. New streaming setup. I hope I don't get in trouble. I have my pup hood over here, and I have some really cute puppy art from Furfest. So, welcome everyone. Today's pre-show chat question that I've asked people to reflect on is, what was an important marker of adulthood for you? We are going to get into the porousness of what adulthood even is as a concept and how many different things adulthood can mean. And so I wanted to see what adulthood meant for you. In my piece, I talk about how adulthood for me meant being able to buy a knife, being able to change my name, um, being able to go away to college. That was considered for me, and the expectations I had on me and the scripts I had for what was like aspirational and what would give you freedom. Moving away to college was very important mentally to me. Obviously, my value system doesn't line up with that anymore, but I saw that as my only way to advance and find independence and a life that could be my own was through kind of having the schooling institution help give me the means to leave home and begin my own life. So that was important for me. Those were the markers of adulthood. Buying cigarettes. I think I did that as soon as I could. That's what adulthood really meant to me, was that freedom and to do those things, and freedom to do kind of taboo or illicit things, as well as to get away from family. So let's see what people had to say in the chat. Scroll back up. Also, I just wanted to show one of my cute little Furfest shirts. It's a white shirt with kind of a winter scene. There's some snow covered evergreen trees. There's a little teal wolf. There is a rabbit who's white with little teal ears, not kind of a hunter green tail. There's a little orangey deer, a little squirrel, and there's another wolf and a tree down on the bottom. But I spent way too much money on FurFest shit. But I'm a patron of the arts, so fuck it. Transpeak says her marker of adulthood was masking my autism. That's a good one. I hadn't thought about it like that, but definitely if we go with like bat mitzvah, bar mitzvah age, like 13, like adolescence ish, that's when I came to be consciously more aware of how things that I was saying and doing to people registered as childish or unusual and was filtering it more. Certainly, it started sooner than that. And that was already starting around like fifth, sixth grade. Middle school, I think, was definitely a big loss of innocence or lack of self consciousness in that way. And then, but I was still floundering. I didn't quite know what to do with it. I knew that people thought I dressed childish and would make fun of it. I knew that how I moved and interacted and like flirted with people like was childish and considered inappropriate. My interests were considered immature. I didn't want to wear makeup or cared about like boys in the way other like girls did. Even though I did have like this flirting relationship where it was like me and this also very small, youthful looking boy would like wrestle each other and stab each other with pencils and stuff like that. Like, it was kind of immature. And I didn't care about like dances and parties and things like that. So I felt very out of place. This will be relevant to our conversation today about what even is adulthood and what is aging when you are developmentally disabled and you're on a different timeline. And what you want out of life is also different. But so that was when I started to become aware of that stuff. And then I think by the time I was in high school, I was starting to hone the mask that would make up for that childish appearance. And that mask was cynical, aggressive, sarcastic, very like Daria coded, edgy, mean, uh, manipulative, a little bit of my Hannibal Lecter shit, all that. Okay, I'm hearing the microphone volume is quiet. Is that is that true for others? I can turn it up, but I don't want any popping on the mic. I can turn it up a little bit. I'm also moving around a lot, so that could be part of it. Is that better? Oh, that's hitting the red. I don't know. Okay. So welcome, Annika Transpeaks, 33 Hamster, welcome. Jack Girl Sparkle, welcome. Lord Eelhorse. Grace Peterman says, my culture had a bunch of BS markers of adulthood that made no sense. I guess the biggest personal marker is being able to auto-regulate. Yeah, that's an interesting one. What we want to include as adulthood or not, I feel like for maybe a lot of us, we learn certain aspects of regulation pretty young because we have to. A lot of like neurodivergent and queer and like abused kids and stuff, we have to learn to like stifle certain emotions because there's not space for them or we'll be punished. But also, we learn a lot of like real bad maladaptations and like become super codependent or dissociated or whatever the hell else. So I feel like I was both really good at regulating as a young person, and I had to kind of get worse and then get better personally. But yeah, definitely an ongoing thing, and definitely emotional maturity. Like I feel a little complicated about the word maturity, but definitely um, in the sense of like Lindsay Gibson, adult children of emotionally immature parents kind of language. Like developing emotional maturity over time has been a really big marker of growth and development for me too. A blue octopus says, I think maybe freedom of movement. I can go places without needing to tell someone first as an adult, but when I was growing up, even if I was just going to play in the backyard, my parents had to know. There's a lot to be said there too about privacy, I think, and how little of that many of us have now because of social media and digital surveillance, that we're losing that capacity in a lot of ways. Hi, Joe Spalding, 743. More Wanderer says, Marker of adulthood in my culture, voting conservative. Haha, I guess I'm not an adult yet. Oh yeah, that adage that that people get more conservative over time, right? Even though we know it's a survivorship bias effect and a privilege effect. Um, People become older groups of people are more conservative because the more left-leaning ones have died out more statistically is what we found. And also it is true that some people accumulate more wealth with time and with age. Um, that's true for me as someone who has a middle class job and is like a white was a dude, white dude privilege, all of that. Um, the incentives push you towards a more conservative outlook if that's all you care about, or if that's all you're paying attention to. So that, yeah, that's definitely a thing. 3 Hamster says adulthood. All I can think of is paying council property tax in the U.S., which you don't pay in the UK until being out of higher or further education. But that sucks. It's more societal than personal marker. Right. Yeah. Yeah. We can talk about what adulthood means to you. I think some of us who have a culture outside of the dominant one, so like have a culture that isn't just like assimilation, might have more personally compelling and interesting things to say about what adulthood means. I even think of what Val Shifter was saying last stream and in their writing about Black masculinity, meaning for them like responsibility in a very positive way. And like adulthood meaning taking responsibility for yourself and your people and your community. Whereas I think if you are, say, a white American, like myself, we don't necessarily, you're not Jewish, you're not from a culture where there really are these rites of passage that are still being practiced. Adulthood is usually just like whatever it says on the tin of like society, which is like, oh, I can vote, I can buy a knife, I can run somebody over with my car or whatever. you know. Welcome, Drudge Worm. Oh, this is a nice one, 3 Hamster. Maybe when I started paying for my mom's meals rather than her mine. Yeah, that feels significant. Of course, there's a huge class element to that. I know a lot of people. I had a fairly middle class like upbringing. Like what my parents were doing was like working class on paper, but the jobs they did back then in Ohio in the 90s, you could have a middle class lifestyle. And so it was a little jarring for me to realize that I had friends all around me who they were partially responsible for paying the bills and keeping their family functioning financially their whole life. That from the second they got a part-time job as a kid, as a teenager, it wasn't like, oh, here's some spending money and maybe you can pay for the car insurance since you're driving now, or pay for your cell phone bill. It was you are earning money to help keep the family fed, and that degree of responsibility, which goes back to some of the points in the piece that a lot of people have adult responsibilities when they're 12, 13, 14, 8 years old, But for me, that was a turning point of more conventional adulthood. That as I got older, it was like it's my time to take that load and worry about the family's financial well-being and step up and do certain things about that and show and that's been an important thing for me in the last couple of years, having more like success or whatever. Um, Feeling like okay, it's my time to step up and really do something for my family and think about their future and shit. And that did feel like a turning point. Hello, Rune. Hello, my darling. Welcome. Venus Flytrap says having sex as a marker of adulthood felt like it was in my subculture growing up. Yes, I think maybe many of you can relate to this. I definitely wanted to hit markers of maturity and adulthood, quote unquote, do grown up things as a sign of my developing personhood. So when I was a teenager, and this is very early 2000s core, I think, and like 90s core. I wanted to smoke cigarettes. My friends really wanted to try drugs. I wanted to drive. I wanted to get my driver's license as fast as possible. I wanted a job as fast as possible. I wanted to have sex as fast as possible and if I hadn't, I wanted to lie about the fact I hadn't done those things. Like I was telling people that I had sex like way before I actually had, because those things were seen as markers of maturity and therefore personhood. So if you hadn't done these taboo adult mature things, you deserved less respect, was really kind of how it felt and how it was seen for me and the kind of culture and subcultures I was moving in. Um, yeah, and you even mentioned Venus flytrap in my subculture. So I was hanging out with like, the freaks, a lot of the alt kids. I was like an indie kid, but lots of like goth and alt and depressed and kids who had like who were getting a GED or like getting out of school like early and like not on the most conventional conforming path. And for all of us, that was really like you need to get out into the world and experience life. And that means having sex and doing drugs and driving and having a job and earning your own money and things like that. Darth Zarek says, for me, adulthood was moving out and being independent from my parents. But now I'm 26 and feel very adult and still dependent on my parents because I'm disabled. Yes, there we go. The inherent ableism of trying to define adulthood biologically, or I'm sorry, in terms of life marker in this case. And it's a very like white supremacist, like Eurocentric definition of adulthood. And I was right there, like I really felt I needed to get out of the house. I need to be financially independent, and that is adulthood. And there's no space for disability in that definition of adulthood or interdependence, which, of course, in many cultures, you stay in the home until you get married. And you're responsible for being part of the family household your whole life. And that's adulthood itself. Drudgeworm says, for me, I felt like an adult after I left my mom and had more freedom of movement. Basically, I was kept on lock and key otherwise. Yep. Grace says, feeling my joie de vivre ebb as I embrace the soulless capitalist grind feels like an adult rite of passage, sadly. It is for many people, the light going out of your eyes kind of thing. And if that's what adulthood is, like, baby, I don't want it, and I don't want it for any of us. Drudgeworm says, I was in foster care from 17 and a half through 20, got rejected for SSDI, so couldn't find independent housing when I turned 18. So I really felt like an adult when I finally got into college and found housing. I got really lucky in that I got my own apartment the next spring. Earlier, I felt more like I was coming into adulthood when I started to form opinions separate from my mom. Huge for me. That was also a big teenager turning point for me. Well, I was always a really opinionated kid, though. But like being able to really stake out, I have different political values, and I'm gonna do like activism about it, which I did as a teenager. That was also a maturity marker. Darth Zarek says, I felt like an adult when I was 14 because I was supposed to go through the Catholic sacrament of confirmation, and I made the decision not to do that. I knew of cultures where I'd be marriageable at 14. That's awesome. That's really great that you were able to assert your beliefs at that age. I remember being very conflicted going through Methodist confirmation. I didn't want to do it, but I felt like I had to. And at that age, standing out against that is really, really powerful. I was also very parentified. Ooh, girl, yes. A girl with an X, gender neutral. Yeah. In Now and Then says, the times I felt the most safely able to express myself and be independent have been when living in co-ops. That's freedom too, right? There's freedom from, and then there's freedom to. And American culture, at least, I don't know where you're messaging in from, is all about freedom from restriction. But we need more than just freedom from restriction. We need the freedom and empowerment to do things. And some of that really comes from being taken care of and having people to lean on. That can actually make you more independent when it's healthy. Birdie Bits says, my family was big on hiding anything unpleasant from the kids. So it was a big marker when I started getting important information from people. For example, divorces, money trouble, health around college. Yeah, for me, when my parents got divorced, that opened up a lot more open communication, both because of being parentified and spouseified, but also because I was old enough, at 15, 16 to be included. I needed to know things. And then when my dad disowned me at around 16, then that was also a big maturity point too. Dredgeworm says, now that I'm 30 and have more material and relational stability, I feel way more adult than I thought I was before. I was always mature for my age, so I have a weird relationship with age. Always found it really triggering to be mistaken for significantly younger. Having to grow up fast because of trauma and living independently made me feel more adult than my classmates, besides being a few years older, because they were in dorms and had familial support. But on the other hand, I was more of a mess than they were in a lot of ways, obviously. Yes, that mature for your age duality where, um, like, it's kind of the best little boy in the world phenomenon for those familiar with that book, that like a lot of queer people take on this best little boy in the world role where it's like you're the teacher's pet, you hit all the marks, you're responsible, you are a pleasure to have in class, or like or you're keeping people fed and okay, you're the mom friend, whatever. But it's predicated on having to leap into that role really young for safety. And so you're not actually mature. You're not advocating for yourself. You're not emotionally aware. Some dust on the screen. And you can be stuck in that role of, I'm a spunky, smart 13-year-old forever. And I kind of feel that a little bit. And now I'm at peace with it because I no longer really see adulthood as aspirational, and embracing the childish is part of my unmasking in a lot of ways. Kinky and autism me, mad pride but like you do have to get past for your own sake, just being like the good little worker bee, the good little boy, or what have you, or girl, or they, or it, or whatever. Jay Sick Now says, hello, homie. Hello. Jack Girl Sparkle says, I'm not sure what adulthood means to me, but I do feel like an adult. I definitely don't meet my parents' standards of adulthood. Yeah, getting to define it for yourself is great. Trilicon says, disentangling emotional maturity from adulthood has been important for us. Yes. I don't even like that the word is emotional maturity, because it does have these really adultist implications, and it's about, what is it really? It's not about being old. It's about having perspective. It's about being able to self-regulate. It's about having tools to take care of yourself and to ask for help where you need it. So what is maturity? Some people never get there. Some people get worse with age. So calling it maturity is tricky. But because that's the language we generally have, that's what I use. But I don't love it. I don't live for it. Avery 5130 says, getting the right to privacy was huge for me. Leaving the house, checking out library books, using the internet without being observed, and made to justify the when, where, why of everything I do. I feel so bad for kids today. I written about this previously in my Interact with Minors piece, which is also a video on YouTube that you can check out if you haven't seen it. Really a manifesto for a lot of my child liberation work is that Interact with Minors piece. It's so sad to me how little freedom to just explore their own minds and curiosity young people have today, depending on how much their parents take advantage of the tools of surveillance available to them. Not every parent does that. Not every parent can do that. And a lot of kids still grow up in a state of neglect. But that intense surveillance stuff, it really sets kids up to not know even who they are, or to have any tools to regulate anything or interact with the world themselves. And it's so bad. And I have friends who are younger, who are like Zoomers, and they say the same thing, that like not having had third spaces and the chance to wander around and fuck off when they were younger meant that it was way harder for them to socialize or cope or make friends when they got older. And it sucks. Trilicon says, there's a tendency to unperson or particularly unchild people who don't or can't hit certain milestones at an expected time with an expected physical presentation. Yes. Yes, indeed. Darth Zakir Zarek, says, now being an adult means being able to redefine a lot of cultural concepts, not just adulthood, but gender. So it blows my mind when I meet trans kids. Well, yeah, the ability to redefine all of these things should belong to kids. We should all be able to define ourselves and decide what happens to our bodies at any age. And it's really cool that there are kids out there that have enough support or are insistent enough that they find it. But as a society, we do everything in our power to prevent that. Trilicon says there's a heavy amount of adult supremacy. Even if you don't hit those milestones, you are less of a person or still a child, even when they unchild you. Um, yeah, so you're seen as less of a child in the sense of deserving and needing support, while also not getting the rights of an adult, I believe is what you're probably saying when you say unchild. Grace says Peter Pan is a queer inspo for multiple reasons. Adolescence is protracted for queer people. And that brings us back to a little show that I'd like to tell you about called Interview with the Vampire. Queer vampires, immortal queerness. The idea that we are not operating on a typical adult developmental timeline is so important to me. Like, name a girlie who's more adolescent than Lestat, the vampire Lestat. Like, come on. She is a teenage girl kicking her feet and writing in her journal forever. And we love her for it. And all them bitches are getting into messy, juvenile relationship problems forever. Obviously, Armand is the portrait of a abused child who, specifically in the books, was abused as a child sexually and every way possible, and kind of used as an adult's like sex toy and emotional support animal, and then was turned into a vampire at 17, so right on the cusp of adulthood, and forced into a role of looking after the other younger boys who were still being abused and used. And so he's locked in to that semi-adult child servant role forever, and he got a lot of problems from that. And that's why we love her. That is why Armand is my baby girl. And in the show, too, beautiful boy, beautiful young boy, trapped in beautiful young boy mode forever, feeling the lack of empowerment that a child has forever, while also possessing incredible amounts of aged power, being very old and powerful, but feeling like a child forever. Baby girl, love her. She is me, we are we. Oh, I love her. More Wanderer says, I can't work because of my disabilities, and it has definitely affected my self esteem. I feel like I'm a reluctant Peter Pan or something. Joe Spalding says, I haven't really felt like an adult until like this year at 32, doing a lot of therapy for CPTSD and feeling more whole and certain of who I am makes me feel like an adult. Trilicon says, for us, emotional maturity, as opposed to adulthood, was learning and doing when people didn't take our shit seriously, and it made us very vulnerable, both adult and child. Yeah, taking care of yourself being a marker of adulthood, even when other people don't like it. I think that's a big emotional maturity piece that I'm always working on. You know, like saying the thing that needs to be said, having the conflict does not come readily to me always, and doing what is good for you, even if others don't like it, is a big one. Joe Spalding says having sex, moving out, going to college, none of it really made me feel like an adult or was a marker of adulthood. You can be taken as that spunky, smart 13-year-old forever. We take offense to that / joke. Yeah, Trilicon, you and I have already talked about this on the Piscord before, but like I feel at once like I am a permanent like teenager and a permanent 35-year-old. And both are true. Depending on what kind of outfit I'm wearing or where I'm at. I mean, this is obviously a 13-year-old outfit. In Now and Then says, living in co-ops, it was the first time I was able to build a wide spectrum of people I could socialize with on a daily basis who knew I was queer and on the autism spectrum. Yeah, being in control of who you associate with, that's a big right that we give to adults and not children. Several people in the chat talking about the problems with maturity as a concept. Hello, Closet Demon. Yes, we're live. Hello, good morning. Oh, transsexual Friends fan and slash vowel shifter. Hello, welcome. Adulthood in my culture is barely a concept. West Indian people get treated like children until they're married. Only sort of joking. Oh, well, there we go. That's, yeah, one of those home cultures where presumably you are typically expected to live in the home until marriage, and then you become an adult, but then still, like, it's so interesting to me cultures where like people respect their elders, um being from one where we kind of treat them like dog shit as like a white American um of a certain class, um like it's a like I crave and envy a culture where there is respect for elders, but also I think I would hate it. Like how it plays out in practice, especially if you're from like a diaspora, because most of the people who are in a diaspora or like immigrate to a country tend to lean more conservative in certain ways. It can be a little bit like you have to, it seems to me from the outside that like a lot of people have to honor and respect and never cross these parents and grandparents and elders who are very conservative and like kind of abusive to them. I've just seen that in a lot of like immigrant and diasporic family communities where it's like at once it's great that there is this respect for the wisdom that comes with age and a sense of responsibility for people and for one another as people get older, but just the way that it plays out once you graft that into like individualistic capitalism and people are like isolated because of like racism and like xenophobia and shit, it plays out in kind of fucked up ways sometimes. Um, and there's just also just like a cultural mismatch in like it seems to me like what you might expect for your own life as a younger person who grew up more in your case Canada, versus what they expect that they have the right to control about your life. And I don't want to say like any one culture is better than the other, um, because it's not like the independent like white culture of like Canada or the US is superior, but like you might want some of those things because you grew up in that culture and it has certain advantages to it. And then if you're supposed to not exercise some of those freedoms or be punished for it, or you're allowed to like get your ass beat at like any age, like those things seem, depending on the culture, like pretty normalized. And also a result of a lot of the extreme amounts of like pressure and abuse and racism and stuff that people face. So shit shit seems so tough, and it seems like such like and such a hard thing to talk about, um when you're in that white culture where most people are going to judge it. So yeah, yeah, thank you for sharing about that. Integration, Grace Peterman says, instead of maturity. I like that, though. My immediate thought is a little bit about how, for people who are plural, maybe integration isn't always desired. Sometimes differentiation is better for some than integration. I think for me personally, integration has been the way, but yeah. Oh, Maddie, that was your account. Okay, well now we know your burner. Hello, homie. Welcome. Hello. Am I getting caught up on this chat? There's a lot of good stuff. Closet Demon says not having to ask permission to download apps. um, Transsexual France Fanon says at the same time, I think West Indian parents are more likely to prepare their kids to be functional adults. That seems true from what I've witnessed. I think it's true of a lot of like immigrant and diasporic parent family groups, because they like have to, and also I think Black families in general. Um, and I've talked to a lot of like Black American friends about this too, where you really don't have the choice to be like a carefree kid. That's not a thing. Like you're expected to control how you present yourself in public all the time and take responsibility for a whole lot of things all the time. And in some ways that sets people up, I think, for kind of incredible resilience. Like I think most of the like Black people that I know grew up having more like tools and capabilities than most of the white people I know, especially once you also graft in like income and class into that. Like rich white people cannot cope with fucking anything at all, like emotionally, and are not expected to ever. So like don't learn how to do it. Um, but you know, it comes at the cost of for black people like not getting to express themselves ever. Um, and and can be really harshly enforced from the outside and within the family system. So yeah, there's a lot going on there, and how maturity is defined is so raced too, right? Like what is considered adulthood? What's womanhood look like for a black woman versus a white woman? And then once you divide it by class, it also gets really more complicated because I think working class white people do have an idea of like a woman is supposed to be strong and have her shit together, but wealthier white women don't have that expectation. Lots of people talking about surveillance. Oh, Drudge Worm, is that Sasha? I'm sorry, I'm so bad with different platforms. I think that's you. Sorry, I didn't. I just figured it out. Welcome, Cat has questions. Brody Bit says it's very common for queer people to have normal self-identification interrupted and have to come back later. Oh, Cat has questions. Says I learned the word gauche from Armand. Oh, I learned the word gauche from autism, from hyperlexia. We love Armand. Trapped in beautiful boy child mode forever. We also take offense to that joke. Oh no, yeah. Armand is like, oh no, I'm so beautiful and my ass is so fat and everybody breaks their heart. Like everybody falls in love with me and wants to fuck me. Armand is like bigs my eyes at you in a menacing way. God, I love the vampire Armand so much. Fuck. Oh God. Oh my God. We're gonna have to do like. Do you think we would be able to do live stream reactions on like Twitch to the show? I want to. I want to either do Substacks on the new season, Substack recaps, or watches, or both. Because I have not been this obsessed with a show since Mad Men. A show has not been more about me than since Mad Men. Like I'm Don Draper, and I'm Armand the vampire. Like, oh my God, bigs my eyes at you. I love him so much. My white girl, my toxic white girl who's not white or a girl. Permanent teenager. Age flux, both teen and 35. Yeah, I suppose. It's so strange to me, like plurality kind of stuff where it's like I don't feel like I'm different. I'm not differentiated, right? It's like I have these tool sets for different situations. I don't know, or it's masking. I don't fucking know. But like, yeah, those are the two languages I speak: is teen in the early 2000s, and 35-year-old. And also that is also the 35-year-old is what teen me thought a 35-year-old was supposed to be. So it's also still also a teen. But like I wanted to be a mature 35-year-old. When I was a teen, I felt like I was born to be 35. That was like in my head. I was like, I can't wait till I'm 35. I'm going to be a psychologist. At the time I thought I was going to be a therapist. So I was like, I'm going to have all these clients. I'm going to have this beautiful house with these bookshelves and like a leather chaise lounge that people are going to lay on while I do therapy on them, and I'm going to dress cool, and I'm going to be so brooding and serious and lonesome and intense and sexy and evil and, you know, master manipulator, again, Hannibal Lecter. That was my like 35. I don't even actually know canonically what age Hannibal Lecter is in the books. I'm kind of curious. He's older than that, but like that was my vision of adulthood that I shot for, and I was like, okay, that means I need to become a psychologist as soon as possible. And that's what I did. I made a whole plan. I executed it. I had very strong rules for myself about behaving maturely. I learned how to speak to adults. I emulated like NPR voice while also perfecting my casual, don't be intimidated by me, like teenager voice. And that was my shit. And like I had this very immature understanding of maturity that I followed to the letter for a very long time. Sasha says, yeah, in practice it's bad, similar to the whole extended family thing. Nightmare. Filial piety is a double-edged sword for real. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the family is still, even an extended family is still a replacement for broader community, right? Like, especially when you are othered and in the minority as like a black family or an immigrant diasporic family or both, like the family can be a seat of so much abuse, and you feel even more need to like protect one another because you're in this like white supremacist fucking society that is going to penalize you if anybody does anything wrong and fuck up your whole family and make people less stable financially and legally. And so you end up having to cover up a lot of abuse or treat it like a missing stair. Like I've seen it in so many of my friends' families who that's their background, and they get kind of stuck in having to take care of everyone through mistreatment. And like just to be clear, because I'm saying this shit from the outside, it's the fault of like white supremacy and conservatism and like all these things. It's not the fault of like the culture that's been like victimized by assimilation and all that stuff. And like if people had the ability to practice their culture with a ton of other people, not just their biological family or legal family, it wouldn't be as much of an issue. I don't think. Maybe that's a little pie in the sky, but like that's that's what I want to believe. Cat Has Question says, I hit EOF masked by opiate addiction, and when I got sober, EOF. I'm not sure what that means. When I got sober, I got so sick. I ended up hitting burnout, got diagnosed, and as I didn't recover quickly, the seriousness I was treated with disappeared. I'm still off work, trying to get it figured out. It's a nightmare, man. Yeah. We lose our adulthood status, too. Like, we can have it taken away from us. In the same way you can have, like, some of the privileges of manhood or whiteness taken away from you if you're someone who had any access to it in the first place, which many do not. Lost my scroll here. Venus Flytrap says you should be able to respect your elders and not have it mean they get to control you. Of course, absolutely. Sasha says, yeah, it's the problems of patriarchy, oppression of children, youth, etc. just manifest differently between cultures. Also important to factor childism into this. Yes. It's great to not need to be individually strong, says Birdie Bits. Sasha says, resilience and being set up to be functional adults, agreed. At the same time, we can't afford to just be kids because of racism, anti-blackness, xenophobia. Yeah, exactly. And I think, I don't, like, again, it's usually not my place to, like, talk about it as, like, a white person, right? Like, to, like, pass judgment on it or whatever. Like, it just sucks that, like, the only tools that a lot of families in these situations have to, like, set their kids up to be safe is stuff that is going to traumatize them and make it hard for them to advocate for themselves in certain ways. But it's also like, well, it's going to help keep you like more alive in an immediate way. But like that also doesn't mean that it's like good. Like it goes back to the conversations about masking. Like a lot of Black autistics point out that unmasking is something that privilege really makes it easier to do. And they'll even argue for putting their, Black autistic kids in ABA therapy. And, personally, I've always said, like, we have to have compassion and understand structurally why the fuck that's happening and never demonize Black families that make that choice or have to make that choice. And also, I don't think we can act like it's good. Like the kids going through ABA therapy are set up for abuse and exploitation. And so that is not the answer, if that's what somebody individually has to do, fine. Like we should not demonize them for it, but we also have to be able to talk about the massive amounts of damage that also does, and the fact that that pressure to do that comes from white supremacy and ableism and so on. Jack Girl Sparkle says, I wasn't really taught much regarding financial literacy, so when I started college, I no longer had to get my parents' permission to buy anything. I didn't have very sustainable spending habits. Yes, and that's also something that's very classed in interesting ways. People can have all kinds of different money anxieties and compulsions based on either not learning, like having a lot and not knowing the boundaries of money, and also from like not having anything and knowing it's not going to last. So fuck it, we ball, We should watch the season 3 premiere together. I'd love that. Oh god, we pop in the biggest bottles. Like I can't wait for the music to suck. Like I can't wait to hear fucking Sam Reed's like way too back in his throat tongue voice in his French accent singing. Oh my god, I love that man. He's so pretty. He's so stupid. Oh, he's so gay. Oh Fuck. I just love that show so much. Oh, oh God. I heard Talamasca is really bad, so I hope nothing goes south. But I trust them. I trust them to handle Trans Gabrielle. I trust them to find a way to keep Louis like plugged in the fucking show. I trust the music to suck and be cringy. I pray. Okay. Live stream reactions sound good. Maybe even to your Substack video essays as well to cut off the distractions. Yeah. Yeah. Armand would be a Swiftie. Oh my God. Armand would be a Swiftie the way I'm a Swiftie. You know, Armand would listen to Mastermind and he'd be hoping to play that song for Louis and be like, look, I engineered, what if I told you none of it was accidental? And from the first time that I saw you, I wanted your body. And like, while revealing that he like killed Claudia and shit. And Louis would be like, I have to kill you now. I have to engineer your downfall now in a really passive aggressive way. Oh my God. Armand would love Mirror Ball. Um, this could be a whole stream. Armand, Taylor Swift connections. Armand would love Mirror Ball. He would love most of the Midnight's album because it's all about just BPDing out on people. He would write Life of a Showgirl, and it would suck. He would write it after Lestat became a pop star or a rock star or whatever. What else? All the Jealousy songs. Afterglow. Armand would like play Afterglow and be like sitting all prim and proper on his bed trying to get Louis to like fuck him. Oh, Armand. I get Maddie and I were just talking the other day about how we don't have like the character brain where we like think all the time about the character. The way a lot of autistic people have like the character. And I don't do that with OCs, but I do think about Armand. I don't even have to. I just know. Because I'm just projecting my own shit. So it's really easy to know. But I love him. Hyperlexic Cat has questions. Yeah, I was reading a lot of Stephen King too. Anne Rice, I missed the boat on, which sucks. I did not read a lot of gay stuff when I was younger. I didn't read Weetsy Bat, which is shocking for given my eating disorder, but I didn't read any Weetsy Bat shit. I read Stephen King really young. Like I would just house these books. Super fast reader. I read like almost all of his oeuvre by the time I was in like 5th grade. Thomas Harris, Hannibal, huge for me. Started in like 3rd grade. I was into Hannibal, and then I was reading like Dean Koontz. His books about like the bird, this like scientifically engineered bird children who had incest with each other. That shit fucking hit. The Bastard series, which was like a like historical fiction incest shit. VC Andrews, incest shit. You'd think I would have more of an incest kink than I actually do have, given some of the shit I was reading, but like that's just what fiction was back then to me. Yeah. So I'm sad that I missed the Anne Rice boat because now I feel like I have too mature of a brain to love it the way I would have loved it as a child. I just can't. I don't have the time to like go on her long diatribes about fuck shit. Sasha says, ever since I was a little girl, I wanted to be 35. Trilicon says, you were describing a therapist like a vampire. Hannibal was my vampire. Hannibal was my Lestat. Solved it. Cat is also apparently a Hannibal autist. I think Hannibal speaks to a certain kind of autist because it's a little aspirational. It's like, oh, I am creepy and off-putting, but I am very observant, and I know how to work with people in a certain way based on what I've observed, and so I can actually be powerful. I'm totally fine. It's okay that I'm creepy. It's okay that I have to analytically figure out how human beings work because I'm cool like Hannibal. It's okay that I feel evil because Hannibal's cool and sexy. That's my other character, Hannibal. The character. Vampire Freud. Somebody write that. Trilicon, just clarifying in the chat that that their system is age incongruent and experience severe age dysphoria, and our body is incorrect. Our internal experience is that of a 12-year-old. We're 12, 32 is just our ID. Fuck yeah. So this topic is complicated. Hell yeah, it is. So happy to have you here for this conversation. Starlit Guide says big time on adulthood being taken away. When my mom noticed how empty-headed and absent I was after COVID-induced brain damage, she yanked me around the store like a toddler. Yep. Very common disabled experience, unfortunately. Kat says, this conversation is so important. It triggered a bit, so my language may seem hyperbolic or exaggerated, but it absolutely kills brown families. Mine is half Mexican. I am white, so I viewed this play out in a proximal way. I have family deported that we never see because we cannot travel from Indy to Mexico regularly. And the hiding struggles. Knowing if your family gets in trouble, a felony is very easily added to the charge to bar them from the country forever. Oh, don't apologize for spamming the chat. You're good. You're good. I will reach a point where I probably am not replying to everything, but continue talking with people in the chat. Like, that's, we're building a space here. I am always hesitant to call things that could be like a fandom, a like community, because I don't want to be a weird fucked up cult leader, but I think people have just organically actually formed community with one another through the chats to these things and through the Discord, and that's not me, that's not a credit to me. I'm just another person here participating, even if also admittedly the power differential and like who has control over the spaces is different, but like I do want it to be as non hierarchical as possible and for people to make the relationships what they want them to be. So like talk about this shit, talk about it with each other. I'm just a conduit for some of that. Yes, lots of different things get labeled ABA therapy because it's the only one insurance pays for. Good point, Trilcon. Sasha says the enmeshment with the family is a big thing in a lot of families of color and immigrant families. Everything you do reflects on your family, on your culture. So having to mask more makes sense. Absolutely. Gugak3329 says, hi, what do you identify as? Love the flag, by the way. Oh, God. I don't even know anymore, girl. I don't, whatever. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Welcome. Who cares? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I use it pronouns. What's up? That's all you need to know. I've written a lot of shit about that if you want to know the deep lore, but like it doesn't matter. Just use it. It's cool. Birdie Bit says the nuclear family has some terrible alchemy with racialized people, at least in the U.S. Traumatized, especially with epigenetics involved, can be another way of saying prepared. Mm-hmm. I'm sure there are many hyperlexic people in the chat, Kat. I would bet Sasha is. I would bet. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sasha already said yep. Mm-hmm. Yes. We be hyperlexic out here, but I also like want to not speak a lot of the time too. Typing is my real shit. Sometimes verbal is tough and very exhausting. Very hyperlexic. First word at 6 months old. Sentences by 1 year old. Wild vocabulary. Always. Yeah. That's my shit. Grace says, I'm hyperlexic and autistic. I read Chronicles of Narnia over and over, Christian Family, and Anne of Green Gables. Gotta take my dog out BRB. Have fun. Go piss, girl. To the dog. Talking about helicopter parents. Transsexual Franz Fanon, also hyperlexic. I read abnormal psych texts and medical texts at 10. Yup. Yeah, oh, I wish I was studying for something useful at that age. No, who cares? Whatever. It was fun to learn about. Like, I learned so many weird things from fiction. I remember Stephen King talking, maybe in the book On Writing, about how fiction is a great way to sneak lessons into things. Like in the Gunslinger trilogy, he talks about breaking strain, that like a longer rope has more breaking strain and is easier to break than a shorter rope of the same thickness. I would have never known that shit if I wasn't reading about a gunslinger who can hypnotize people by flipping a bullet over his fingers. And obviously that's why I was there for that. He talks about the boom slang in the collection. Is it Hearts in Atlantis? There's like a story about a guy who gets bit by a boomslang snake and is like frozen, paralyzed, and mistaken for dead. But then while he's in the morgue, he gets a boner. I learned a lot from that. I learned something from Chuck Palahniuk. I don't know what. Something about how the rectum works when you put a hose on it. Um, Closet Demon says, I can say big words, but fuck if I can speak fluently. I yeah, I've been living my life in words at the expense of other things for a long time. Sasha says, been talking in sentences since 18 months, reading since 2. Handshake meme with the chat. That's awesome. That's, reading was my buddy. Reading was how I exercised escapism at the time. Yeah, I think this community tends to skew more hyperlexic, but I hope there are also, there's probably the people more lurking in the chat or the less hyperlexic types. And it's interesting how some autistic people, they don't speak for years and then they're like, okay, now I got some shit to say, and it's just like boom, fully formed sentences. And I've had that with some other skill development where it's like, I'm not ready to do this thing, I'm observing and synthesizing how to do it, and 10 years from now I will just suddenly be perfect at it. Lua K4W says, started reading at 6 months, took 2 years to say my first word. Yes, there we go. All right. 1 hour later, we're through everybody's shares about what adulthood means for them. So let's dive into this dang old piece so we have some time to talk about it and to do a little bit of hypno kink tier listing. Thanks for chilling, everybody. So you can follow along with this piece on drdevinprice.substack.com. I think I'm going to change the URL at some point, so get ready. It might be just like Devin Price or Devin Eric Price or something like that. I don't want the doctor anymore, even though it does have good branding. There's the piece if you want to follow along. It is free to read on my Substack, always and forever. And I'm going to read it out loud, provide image descriptions, and interact with y'all's chats about the topic. Actually, first, let's do what we sometimes do, and let's blow some bubbles to get ourselves breathing and relaxed. Thank you to my voice teacher for this exercise. Speaking of hyperlexia, I think being hyperlexic has slightly been implicated in my fucked up breathing because I talk really fast because I have a lot of words I want to cram in, and usually people don't want to listen to all of them. That was, the lesson I learned from a young age, or that it's too much for people to process. And so I coped by trying to cram it all in really fast. I also have trouble with conversational pacing and knowing when it's appropriate to speak and like not interrupt people and stuff like that. So it's like, oh, now's my chance. I need to get it all in really quick. I'm going to not breathe while I'm speaking. And so I've never learned how to move the air while I speak in like a natural way. Because apparently speaking and singing is just breathing, which I still don't fully understand. Like 9 months into singing lessons. So yeah, I know one thing I'm trying to work on for all my singing heads is breathing more through the back rather than trying to like push things through my abs. But it's really tricky. I can feel it when I'm like running, that's you know, my body's breathing automatically in the way that it needs to. That's more efficient because I'm running. But my instinct is to push air effortlessly while I'm talking and fucking close the fucking glottal muscles, which makes it all way harder to do and tiring. So we're trying to slow down, but shit's hard. Closet Demon talked about how being hyperlexic. Hyperlexia is the reason I'm not diagnosed. It reads so above level, nothing's wrong with it. Oh, all the motor skills problems? That's because it's fat. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what age you are, but that for me in the 90s, it was, oh, it is very verbal. It's very intelligent. Fucked up concept, but that's what they, it's gifted. Oh, it has all these motor skills problems. Oh, it's just a awkward girl, or like, oh, it's just an awkward nerdy kid. We don't give a fuck. Like, so eluding diagnosis. But when you add in the we don't care about any physical struggle because this kid is fat, that's even worse. Like, I got a lot of like condescension about my physical inability, which really fucked me up, but it is less cruel than what like a fat kid would get. Like, I would get yelled at for being physically bad at things. I would, but I know if I was fat, it would have been way worse. Like, it fucked me up, and it still does to this day, but like, if I was fat, it would have been so much worse. So, yeah. I have Sauron type. That's funny. I'm assuming that's the Hannibal type personality. All right, let's hop on over to the piece. It's called We Can't Keep Making Adulthood a Narrower and Narrower Category. Your personhood isn't determined by an MRI scan. That's magnetic resonant imaging scan. Which, in the most like oversimplifying of terms, is looking at iron, using a magnet to detect things like iron, which is in the blood, to identify blood flow patterns in the brain, among other things. Plus a ton of intense statistical filtering. The cover image for this piece is a screenshot of a Vogue article. It's called This Is When We Actually Become Adults According to Science, published by Daisy Jones on November 28th in Vogue. And it has a picture from the film 13 Going on 30. I'm forgetting the actress's name, but she's, an adult woman on the phone laying down with her feet kicked up behind her, and she's supposed to be like an immature adult woman body, but immature 13-year-old mentality. Jennifer Garner, that's her name. So, the implication here being, oh, a person with an adult body but the mind of a child. This reporting is kind of positing that that's what you are if your brain isn't fully developed. By now, many of you have probably seen the news reports of a scientific study in Nature, supposedly showing that people actually become neurologically adult at the age of 32 years old, not 25, as fans of the frontal lobe myelination theory of adulthood would have it, or at 18, as the purely legalistic definition of adulthood would, or even 13 or 15, as many cultural rites of passage have variously held it to be, such as quinceañeras or bar and bat mitzvahs, for example. No, now that some entirely exploratory research has discovered that the average non-developmentally disabled brain tends to enter a new phase of functioning and connectivity around the early 30s, we have a new random spot on the ground for pop scientists and those seeking to limit the rights of marginalized young people to draw a target around and act like they were aiming for it the entire time. And that is bad science, baby. If you find something and then you say, here's why that thing I found makes sense, that is not science. You have to predict and then test it. It can be exploratory research, but it's you don't have an answer yet on anything when you do it that way. In sum, researchers Alexa Mosley, Richard Bethlehem, Fang Cheng Ye, and Duncan Assel reviewed a large pool of nearly 4,000 MRI brain scan results filtered exclusively for neurotypical participants. So everybody here, this is not about you at the end of the day. And found that, consistent with prior research on the subject, the density of neural connections tends to peak at around age 30 for most people, as does something called topological efficiency. So efficiency of movement of electrical activity in the brain across the topology, across the surface. In essence, how long a distance neural information needs to travel across the brain. And if it's a shorter distance to transmit the information, it's a more efficient connection. It's faster. Less reported on have been the study's numerous other findings on neural changes that tend to occur with age. For example, the finding that neural modularity, which is how easily you can group different neural nodes into clear subsections, so basically how well organized things are based on kind of function, how much neurons that interact with each other a lot are clustered together. Does that make sense? That, like, if you have a lot of neural modularity, neural nodes that send messages between one another often are going to be kind of clumped together and not as clearly clumped with nodes that they don't communicate with as much. So just to go for a totally like hypothetical example, like your visual system processing, let's say, movement and tracking for like catching a ball, you might find a really close series of connections for neurons involved in the visual tracking as well as neurons involved in the physical act of catching something, because they work together, right? That would be high neural modularity. Efficiency between nearby nodes, so local efficiency, so how short of a distance there is between neurons that tend to interact a lot or are close to each other. Both of those things peak at age 90. So people's modularity, their like grouping systems of their neurons, and their local efficiency goes up and up and up throughout the lifespan until around 90, and then it starts to go down if you're still alive. So not everything in the brain is like getting better until you're 30 and then it plummets. There are aspects of how the brain functions that continue to improve or change with age all the way up until 90. Why having a brain that is hyper-connected and generally efficient is the marker of adulthood, but having a brain with a highly specialized organization and really efficient individual connections is not the marker of adulthood is, of course, completely arbitrary. The only reason the news media isn't treating brain modularity and local efficiency as hallmarks of maturity is because it would make too obviously specious a headline to claim that adulthood begins at 90. So, here I will direct you over to the Nature article. I'll link it in the chat as well. And we love Nature. One of the chief editors of Nature is an autistic guy that I've had some. He interviewed me for the book that he's working on autism. I think he's great. And I think this article itself is fine. It's the reporting on it that is a problem. What this article, Topological Turning Points Across the Human Lifespan, really is discussing is exactly that: multiple different turning points over the course of typical non-disabled human maturity and development. They propose in this article that we can look at different eras of the brain as we age, that we tend to hit turning points at 32, 66, and around 83 into 90, based on a bunch of different trends and changes that they see at different age ranges. They are not saying adulthood begins at 32. They never made that claim. That is what is being reported in the press, and it's very misleading and irresponsible. Why are you hearing Minecraft music? I hope that wasn't me. They are arguing that we can see changes in how people's brains function based on their rough approximate age that make it more sense to organize development into stages or turning points. And so you're one kind of adult at 32, you're a different kind of adult at 66, and you're a different kind of adult at 83 into 90 and beyond. They're not saying you're not an adult until you're 32. They're just saying there's a lot of changes in the brain that happen and kind of turn over at 32. So if anything, and I get into this in the article later on, we can see this as an argument to do away with the idea of adulthood as a binary, which I think is really interesting. Like, there's a lot of really interesting work in here if we're not trying to use it as an excuse to restrict the rights of kids or to say someone who functions differently is inferior. Like, the whole point here is that adults all don't function the same. So it's very frustrating. Here, an image that I've included in the article is a lovely, very detailed, high-resolution stock photo of an old Eastern European man, tons of wrinkles, shortly cropped balding hair, thick eyebrows, kind of greeny hazel eyes, kind of a stern expression, and a checkered shirt. And I called him the only real adult out there because he could be 90, you know. And it's a photo by Evgeny Kolsov, courtesy of Unsplash. How do they believe this information would be useful or applied? That's not really the role of science, right? Like the prescription is what humans make of it, right? Like, they are kind of describing, which is also part of why it comes with caveats, because as I already mentioned, science is forming a hypothesis and then testing it. And they are doing a lot of descriptive work here, which is a very important starting ground for people to form predictions. But I think it's really important to always emphasize science cannot tell you what to do. Science is never going to tell you what's right. Science is never going to be able to answer should questions. Science can't tell you how society should be organized, how people should be treated, or what any of this stuff means. Science just summarizes observations, and if it does it well enough, you can use that summary of observations to predict what will happen in the future. So, if their data on brain development is good enough, then we should be able to look at, let's say, a 35-year-old and make some approximate guesses about what their neural organization looks like, if they're neurotypical, if they're similar to the people in this sample. That does not tell us that that person is an adult, that that person is more competent than other people, that we should do anything. Science can never tell us what we should do. That is the realm of human value judgments and interpretation. And that's what's so fucking maddening about this reporting, because the science is not trying to tell us that we should restrict the rights of more adults. That wasn't true of the studies that found that the brain myelinates at around age 25 in the frontal lobe. But a bunch of people who had a vested interest in taking away the rights of young people grabbed onto that observation that the brain on average finishes myelinating at age 25, and they said we should limit what people under 25 can do. And the science never said that, because the science can't say that, because science doesn't make should statements. It describes and it forms predictions, and that is all it ever does. It is not perfectly neutral because humans are doing it, right? Our biases and our values are hidden in the questions we ask. And so science, as it is actually practiced, is biased. But even when we do that, nothing that we find using the scientific method can tell us what we are supposed to make of that information. That is something we have to take up with our God, with our government, with our council of elders, with our hearts, with our souls, with our vision quests. Like, those are subjective judgments. It's not something that science can ever say. There's a psychologist, Hans Eysenck, who says we must render to science what belongs to science, but not all of reality is subject to scientific questioning and methods. Morality can never be answered by science. Political values can never be answered by science. Anything about like social justice or like equality cannot be answered by science. We can ask questions that might help us enact those goals if we have those goals, but science is not like an oracle. It has no ability to make a value judgment. Yeah, the discussion of the study has evolved into horrible shit because science reporting is really poorly done in almost every journalistic outfit. Usually you have someone who has a degree in journalism and they've taken a few classes on science reporting. They don't have the degree of methodological knowledge that, say, I have. And I'm not a neuroscientist, right? Like, I'm still not an expert on neuroscience. I've taken, clinical level stuff. I've done research involving it. I published, but I'm not a neuroscientist. Like, you should be skeptical of my reporting on neuroscience too. Though usually the only argument I'm making is like, whoa, slow down. Let's not be so certain. Like, I feel qualified to say, whoa, slow down. People are saying things that we clearly don't have evidence for in these papers. But it takes a lot of knowledge to weigh in on neuroscientific research fairly, and science reporters don't have that. And they also have the capitalist incentive to write headlines that are going to do well. They are just trying to keep their fucking job. And so you should not trust science reporting ever. In my opinion, you should always go to the article itself. And you might feel like, oh, wait, I don't have the scientific acumen to understand this stuff. I understand that. I get it. You will get better at understanding the science through reading the science. The only reason that I know now how to read the science is because graduate school required me to all the time. There wasn't any secret hidden knowledge in graduate school that made me good at research methods. It was just through drilling dozens and dozens and hundreds of times of reading an article, talking with other people about the article, summarizing it, seeing where I got it wrong, that I came to understand research. And from doing research myself, that obviously really helped. But you can read this stuff. I know they write it to be obtuse. I know they use lots of terminology that is intended to gatekeep and scare people away. And I know it's not accessible to everyone. So I don't want to pretend that it's easy or that everyone should do it if they can't do it, right? But if you are able to read something, all my hyperlexics in the chat, you can read a scientific article. If you were reading Anne of Green Gables at 3, you can read a scientific article. If you have, the will and the focus, and it's, accessible to you in that way. But you should not feel that science is not available to you, or that you don't have a right to understand the science just because you don't have like advanced clinical training in this stuff. Because the motherfuckers writing these articles for Vogue.com, they don't know what they're doing, and they're misleading you for a profit motive and to save their careers. And I don't demonize them for that, but they're just not set up for success, and they don't have any incentives pointing them to more deeply read these things. But you can. I know it's just as bothersome as when we tell people to like read communist theory or anarchist theory or whatever. Not everybody has the time in the brain space. I get it. That's part of why I do this. I'm really passionate about this shit and talking it through. But part of why I want to do that is because I want to empower you to say, okay, wait, I understand some of these terms a little bit more now. Maybe I can test myself by reading an article and seeing how much of it I can follow. And don't give up if you can't follow it. That was one of the most important lessons in my graduate training, was you still read the thing even if you can't follow all of it. If you don't know the stats, read everything, write down terms. So try to chart out what the study design is. Draw a little chart of like, here were the conditions. It was a 2x2. There were 4 total conditions because they manipulated one variable that had 2 conditions and another variable that had 2 conditions. So there's 4 total conditions in the study. Okay, here's what this cell found. Here's what this cell found. Here's what that cell found. Here's what this group found. You can usually follow that stuff in the stats, even if you don't know shit about stats, because they'll just say, we compared this group to this group, and here's what we found. This group had a higher average than this group. You don't have to know shit about stats, actually, to say, okay, this number is bigger than this number. I guess this group had a higher score, and that it was significant work. And through doing that kind of work, you will get better at following the science. And you're not a dummy. It's not like not for you. It's not a waste of time. Whatever like threatening thing you get in your brain, or boredom or whatever, like you don't have to understand it perfectly to be getting better through that process. Read through the shit, chart out the study design, see if you can write down or draw here on like a whiteboard, here's what the study was, summarize what they found in your own words, and see what you still don't know. It's just basic like active reading practice, and you will get better at it. And I know that's not a solution for shitty science reporting in the world, but I'm trying to do my part out here and empower people to realize we don't need Vogue.com to tell us what an adult is. At the very least, be skeptical of anything you read. Like, if you can't read these articles, if you can't access them, I get it. They're written dry. A lot of them are behind paywalls. It sucks. At the very least, I beg, be suspicious of every bit of reporting you see. Even if you just read the abstract, Closet Demon says, even if you read a paragraph, you'll get farther than not doing it. Yeah. Read the abstract. Read the abstract. See if you kind of understand it. See if you have any further questions. Every scientist reads just the abstract half the time. We pull an article, we say, is this useful to me? We read the abstract, a 1-paragraph summary, and then we decide, okay, do I actually need to learn further about this study, or is it not relevant enough to what I need to know? Because there's too much stuff out there to read it all. And of course, now some people use AI to summarize this shit. Don't do that. You'll be misled, and you won't develop that skill of practice. Just read an abstract. See what you understand, see what you don't, and then if you have questions based on what you read, noodle around through the article a little bit. Like if they use a term like topological efficiency, and you're like, what does that mean? See if they tell you in the article. They probably will. It might be still hard to follow. Try to summarize it in the words the best you can. You might be a little off the mark, but you still learned a thing, you know? You can do it. You can do it. Please try to do it. If you care about science, if you fucking love science, try and give it a shot. Read the shit. Functional illiteracy is a real problem. A lot of us can read, but not any more than necessary. Unfortunately, the only way out is practice. Yeah, absolutely. Active reading is a literacy skill that people, it was easy for me, even as an educator, to take for granted that people didn't have it, because I just always was doing it, and I learned in a field where it was really drilled in you that you had to do it. You were given stuff to read that by design you could not understand, because it was trying to, up your ability level. And I think there is a lot of value in that. Keeping scientific papers behind paywalls. Yes, I know. But there are ways. There are webbed sites that can get you past the paywall for science. And I can put some links in the Discord and in the video notes afterward. I'm blanking on the name of the website right now. But there's one really good one. The Anna's Archive of science reporting. Let's see if there's anything else in the chat I want to respond to here. Personally, I think this is the responsibility of science communicators, but they ought to work together. Science communications is a really difficult skill, but journalists are not trying. Right now, there is no science communicators. There are people selling content. Like, that's what a science communicator is. It's not really a science communicator. It's a person selling content. You can't trust them. Even with the best of intentions, those intentions don't matter. The financial incentives are you are selling content. Make it sexy. Find something that people want to read. Package it. Give us the 500th article about whether coffee is good or bad for you, or whatever. What we need is for scientists to actually take it seriously and be trained in communicating what we do to the public, and we need actual science communicators whose job is to kind of be an intermediary in that and understand the science well enough to relate it to people. Unfortunately, none of that is happening. For the most part, academics consider it below them to make their work comprehensible to others. You're looked down on if you do pop science communication. Like what I'm doing right now is seen as very frivolous and stupid, versus writing an article. Even my books are considered very frivolous and stupid compared to publishing scientific articles. Because why am I writing for the public? I'm supposed to be writing for all the other rich assholes in the ivory tower. And that's changing some, but only insofar as being successful at that gets you like prestige and money. Science communication is so important. We had a good team for that at OSU. Ohio State? Yes, a lot of times researchers are also against paywalls, so you can contact them and they'll be okay sharing their paper with you. That's a whole other rant. They're not getting paid. Authors of scientific articles do not get paid at all for what they're doing. The journal might charge $1,500 just to read one article. all of that money goes to the publisher. Not 1 cent goes to the author. When I was publishing more in scientific journals, we had one paper where we wanted to have colored graphs, and they wanted to make us pay for the colored ink. So not only were we not getting paid for years of work and content that was going to be sold to libraries and universities for thousands and thousands of dollars, we were expected to pay for the ink to print the color. So, pirate science, by all means. All right, continuing along. These subtle, recently discovered shifts in how the brain tends to function in some groups of people, specifically non-disabled ones who are able to report to an MRI brain scan study in a country where MRIs exist, is now being treated in the media as the new determinant of what adulthood means. Despite adulthood having been a cultural and legal concept for centuries that has been defined in numerous ways by many different people, and for reasons as varied as determining who is eligible for military service to who is liable for damages when there's a rental car crash. If I had endless time, I would love to get like a big whiteboard up and just write down everything that has ever been a marker of adulthood or a legal right of adulthood. So things like buying weapons, getting married, owning property, ability to divorce, ability to rent a car, ability to get a hotel, ability to join the military, ability to consent to surgery, ability to consent to a loan agreement, ability to consent to sex, ability to buy cigarettes, ability to buy alcohol, on and on and on. Ability to have custody of a child, ability to donate an organ, ability to donate blood. What am I forgetting? To say that all of these things are the same thing and that's adulthood is so silly. It's so silly. And that's just like legal rights. In a lot of cultures, adulthood means now you can read the Torah, or now you are coming into society and so you can date, or now you're allowed to hunt, or now you can sit on the council, or now you can leave your parents' house. Lots of different things. Grace Peterman says, I'm writing a graduate term paper with this in the background. Thanks for the company, y'all. Bless. Yes, JSTOR is accessible and free. We love her. Presumably, anyone who fails to qualify as an adult under this standard, by reasons of either age or neurological difference, can have their judgment, full humanity, and even their right to legal personhood called into question. This is precisely what has been happening ever since neuroscientists discovered years ago that the frontal lobes of the brain tend to finish getting coated in an efficiency-boosting fatty tissue called myelin at around age 25, on average, for neurotypicals who are able to participate in brain imaging studies. Let's pause on this shit. You've all heard the adage that your brain finishes developing at 25, surely. I remember when this research was first coming out, because I was in school for psychology. This research was just coming out, and people were loving talking about it, especially on a college campus where you see a lot of 21-year-olds acting a fool and throwing up in garbage cans at 9 a.m. Hello, I was doing that. Hello. I was 18 or whatever. Because at 21 I was in grad school. Huh? But like, this was like the big shit. Frontal lobe development finishes at age 25, and the frontal lobe we know is implicated in executive functioning skills, planning, delayed gratification, organizing steps to a task. This must be why 18-year-olds all around us on the OSU campus are throwing up all the time and fucking. It's not because this is their first time having any freedom ever, and we've told them that this is what freedom means, and they're testing the boundaries of their bodies and lives and like making mistakes because that's how you learn. No, that's not what it is. It's not because this is culturally expected and in fact encouraged, or because there's an entire industry around getting college students to go out and party. No, it's not that at all. It's because their brains aren't finished developing yet. It's because there's this fatty tissue that we only just discovered, myelin. It's not even the neuron itself. It is a protective coating and a conductant. Myelin helps electrical activity in the brain travel more quickly. Myelin is covering the brain as you develop, covering the neurons, protecting them and keeping them more efficient and glossy, and we love that. We love her. We love fats. And it finishes typically In neurotypicals, coating the frontal lobes of the brain by around age 25. So really, the reason people seem to get way more mature after they get out of college and get a job and suddenly have responsibilities, it's not because of all that structural and economic and material and cultural shit. No way. It's because of their biology. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It baffles me that scientists can be this short-sighted, so like that psychologists can be so unaware of the role that cultural expectations and material expectations play in how people function. But of course, most of them are not Marxists or anarchists, right? They do not have a material analysis. And that's another reason I feel to be skeptical of science as it is practiced today, because a majority of scientists, certainly a majority of psychologists, are liberals, wealthy white liberals in an academic institution. And they are very interested in describing individual patterns in terms of biology and psychology without looking at where is that person operating in? What are the economic incentives for their behavior? What are the social expectations for their behavior? And people love to find a biological root for a behavior. Even though, as I have always argued, you cannot separate the biological roots of behavior from the social ones. Let me just plug that article real quick too. I was working on Alejandro by Lady Gaga for my singing lesson. Okay, so this is an article of mine talking about rejection-sensitive dysphoria. And here I argue you cannot separate the biological causes of mental illness from the social ones. We are always social beings. Our behavior is not because there's some gene or this neural substrate that makes it happen. You can never rule out cultural and social factors because that is us. We are nothing without a cultural and social world to interact with. There's nothing inherent to just our biology. We are an interaction with the world. Like, we do not exist outside of the world. Like, we are part of that ecosystem. We are not separate. And so you can't say that anything someone does is caused by their brain alone. And so this reporting was honestly very frustrating. Sasha says, I definitely felt like some things clicked into place when I turned 25, but like there were a lot of other factors going on that allowed me to become more mature and integrated, namely being about a year out of an extremely abusive relationship. Yeah. And we can even go into just how classist a lot of this thinking is, because a lot of people who are 18 are working jobs, they're raising kids, they're taking care of their family, they're being very mature. The people who are wilding out at 18 are wealthy, predominantly white college students. Unless we want to say that neurologically wealthy white college students are less adult than like a black teenager who's working to feed their family, and people do make that fucking argument, that incredibly racist argument, then what are we doing here? Like, it's ridiculous. But this stuff is really catchy and sexy reporting. When I say sexy in terms of science, that's like really how it was talked about when I was in school. A sexy study is one that'll get a lot of play in the media. Ula Mui says, honestly, I wonder if the people that made that article had any consideration that it may give eugenics vibes. I think that's unfair. I think it is okay to describe trends in how the brain develops. I don't think anything they've said in this entire paper is eugenicist. I think what they're saying is actually very much anti-eugenicist, because it is saying that there are spectrums of functionality that we all exist on depending on where we are in life, which runs very much against the eugenicist argument that some people are like biologically superior to others. Nothing that they were looking at in this paper is dangerous. I don't think any knowledge is dangerous. Like, as a scientist and as someone who like does not believe in moralizing, I don't think there is any kind of descriptive question that is wrong to ask ever. I think having information is great. The problem is what we do with it, and that reflects our ideologies. This data itself, the data doesn't have to have an ideology. It is shaped by human biases and bigotries, and so it is right to be to wonder about those things. And we've definitely talked about a lot of articles on the show that the questions the researchers were asking reflect the values of society. And I think that is to an extent true, right? Like we're still looking at age, we're still looking at efficiency. Like why does efficiency matter? I think it's worth knowing, you know, like I think we can study neurological efficiency without saying people who are more efficient are better. Um, and so I think describing trends and patterns is a good thing. I think it's something that we can use in a lot of interesting ways that can help inform things like medical treatment and help us re-theorize what adulthood means. So I don't think it's eugenicist. I don't think descriptive research that has biological components is eugenicist. But I do think if you're going to put out a press release on this stuff, you should know that it's going to be misreported on a lot. Unfortunately, a lot of that stuff is in the hands of a university marketing department, not the scientists. Like, they don't actually have control over that. If you're affiliated with the university's marketing department is going to swoop in, take your study, and put it out there to make themselves money, to make their school look like they are on the cutting edge so that they get more investment. So there's a lot of shit going on there. But I just want to be really clear. I do not hold the researchers responsible for asking the questions they asked. There have been studies where on this show I've been critical of them even asking certain questions or the way that they went about them. But this is not one. I think there's a lot of interesting potential here that serves youth liberation. I think them finding that there is no one adulthood, that our brains change continuously throughout the lifespan, is about as like anti-adultist and anti-eugenicist as you can be with this kind of work. And it sucks ass that this stuff gets completely repackaged in such an ageist, adultist, eugenicist way. And it's because of the profit motive. Universities profit off of it, science journalist outfits profit off of it, and people who want to limit the rights of kids do that. And I think that's on them, in my opinion. Cat's question says, how do we address anything systemic if our science doesn't include our systems? We do science that's mindful of that stuff, you know? Like we need Marxist scientists, you know? We need that intersection and that interdisciplinarianism. Like there's so much good research out there that all it's missing is an interpretation piece because the person who did the research doesn't have a systems focus. And the data is still useful. Like this study, like the people who wrote this, probably not child liberationists. But this is still useful data for a child liberationist. And so that's, you know, the part that I'm trying to play in it, is by saying, wait a second, there's a different way to interpret this data. There's a different way to look at it if we really think theoretically. And I think that is the role of a lot of Marxists and anarchists who have some amount of like scientific communication ability or investment in this stuff, is to contribute to the science. Because a big part of science is saying, wait a second, we used to summarize this data this way. It doesn't quite fit. We can summarize it a different way. And that's what a theory is. There's nothing so practical as a good theory, as Kurt Lewin used to say. A theory is just a way of organizing knowledge. And so we benefit when we have that knowledge. And part of our contribution as people to the science is saying, wait a second, maybe what's going on here isn't that there's a miasma that causes illness. Maybe it's this thing called germs. That was building on existing observations about when you're close to someone sick, you get sick. The first theory to explain that was miasma theory. There's toxic air that makes you sick, and that's why people who are in the same area tend to all get sick at the same time. Pretty good theory for predicting and describing how illness moves a lot of the time. It doesn't work for every illness because it's not true. It's not exactly how illness works. And so eventually people looked at that same bulk of data that people who are in proximity tend to get sick together, and they said, wait a second, it's not that there's evil air, it's that there's these little microbes that transmit illness, and they can be on surfaces, they can be in the air, they can travel in semen, they can travel in blood, in spit. And that theory, germ theory, explained illness so much better. And then we had all kinds of different theories about how COVID was transmitted. And the more we learned, the more we were able to summarize and say, oh, it's actually airborne. So like, you can participate in science and contribute to science without collecting data, and even data that is used in an incorrect way at first is valuable because the problem might be the interpretation. And so we can always keep improving on what we know by suggesting, wait a second, that's not the way to make sense of it. And that's a very important skill. And even if you're not good at, let's say, data, you might be really good at moving things around and saying this is why this thing is related to this thing. That's one of my strengths, is like the synthesizing aspect more than the stats. And that stuff's important. So that's my rant on that subject. Thank you for unlocking that. Prior to the publication of these myelination studies, again in the early 2000s, nobody was claiming that the presence of myelin was a factor that could distinguish a non-adult person from a mature adult. You know, we were not checking people's myelin levels before giving them a fucking driver's license or letting them register for the military or whatever. But learning that there was some physically observable difference between the brains of persons over 25 and those under 25 was a very appealing idea to the public. It jibed with many of our lived experiences of being more foolhardy and impulsive when we were young and didn't have much experience exercising our freedom yet, which was the real reason why we were more foolhardy, because we didn't have experience. And the annoyances we feel when people younger than us hold different priorities than we do. The idea that adulthood begins at 25 also appealed to reactionary groups such as TERFs and religious conservatives, who then used it to argue that nobody should be allowed to medically transition until their brains are finished developing. Today, basically any right-leaning ideological group can reach for the adage that young people's brains are not done developing, as if they care about science. If their goal is to limit who can vote, leave their families of origin, weigh in on the direction society is headed in, have an active sexuality of any kind, or know for certain that they really are queer. This is conservative thinking. Even if a liberal says it, it is conservative thinking. How many times have you heard people say, oh my God, voters are so stupid, you shouldn't be allowed to vote until you're over 25. Or, you know, people are such bad drivers, you shouldn't be allowed to drive until you're over 25. Or any number of other things, like, oh, you shouldn't be able to have kids. That's another really, really eugenicist one that a lot of people say, oh, you're too stupid when you're young to have kids. There's too many stupid people having kids. Really ableist, ageist shit, right? Lots of people who are not, you know, TERFs or alt-right evangelicals say that shit. It is a very conservative attitude in society. Once you have allowed that certain people cannot be trusted to make their own decisions because of how their brains are structured, the ableism in that, right? That is where this is coming from. When we say you're not an adult until you're 25, or you're not an adult until you're 30, what we are saying is you do not deserve to have rights because of how your brain is structured. And once you do that, you open the door to limit any freedoms you dislike. All you have to do is pluck one random developmental trend from a sea of published neuroscientific data and claim that anyone whose brain deviates from that milestone is a neurological child who needs protection from their own autonomy. But as any honest neuroscientist will tell you, the brain never finishes developing. This is like developmental psychology 101, too, by the way. Development never stops. Adulthood is a socially constructed category, not a biologically observable reality. And we all exist at some point along a continuum of development that is highly personal to us. We're all different. And neurodivergent people tend to be even more variable in our developmental courses. Our endocrinology, our ability to grow muscle, our hormone production, metabolism, circadian rhythm, neural organization, neural efficiency, the presence of brain tumors or cysts, all of these things are changing within us at all times and remain beautifully inconsistent over the course of our lifespan. We are not static, and we are all growing more disabled on a long enough timeline. These are just some examples. People's social priorities change, people's energy levels change. It's huge. Our ability to grow muscle peaks at around age 30, and then it goes down. People tend to get physically weaker and have less muscle tone as they get older. And they also tend to gain more body fat. Does that make you less adult? Are people adult at 30 because that's when they reach the peak of muscle development, typically? People enter kind of a second puberty, even if they're not trans, at around 30. Their testosterone levels can change, estrogen levels can change. That's where twink death comes from. People start looking different on average at around that age. Does that make you an adult? What about the people who that doesn't happen? Or as transgenders? Your metabolism slows down as you get older, potentially as an adaptation to the fact that you are not growing as much muscle and you have more body fat. So your energy needs are different. Does that make you less adult? We all know the stereotype that older people wake up earlier. Your sleep-wake cycles change as you get older. There's so many things about us that change. The rule of development, I remember my developmental psych instructor in grad school said that, was like, the rule of development is change. The second you know something about your kid, that is going to change about them. The second you know something about a person, that is going to change about them. Obviously, that's very relevant to me in terms of like identity stuff. I've been so many people. I can't even really understand being certain about your identity forever because like what I want and feel changes so much. And that doesn't mean that people who like know their identity gender wise are like wrong, right? Like they just have a different experience of that facet than me. But everybody changes in some way over time. You know, you start liking spicy food, you get more radicalized. You know, you listen to an album that you thought you would hate because an ex of yours loved it, and then suddenly you like it because it no longer has the baggage. You know, we're all changing all the time. Do people not know what twink death is? Twink death is when you stop looking like a twink and people start calling you daddy instead, and you have a crisis about it. And then two branches in the wood spread before you as your twinkness is dying. You can take estrogen, or you can become like a bear or a daddy. I chose estrogen. Many such cases, but many people choose the bear path. You know, Trent Reznor, twink death. He was a twink, and then he became a muscle guy. I almost wanted to say the redheaded comedian Carrot Top, as unfortunately another example. He became muscly. People cope with twink death in a variety of different ways, and whatever works for them. Two paths diverged in the wood. Which way, twink? I chose estrogen. Estrogen and becoming bear. That's so dope. Yes, closet demon. Yes. Beat your own path, god damn it. Beat your own meat, beat your own path. That's twink death. It is obviously there's a lot of like ageist, fat phobic, etc. implications in it. But it is a cultural thing people talk about a lot, and if you are gay, it's good to know. And if twink death is ever going to touch you, you should know, that you can do things with estrogen or lifting weights or both, or something completely different. But that's what that's a reference to. There is no single moment at which we can be said to be at our most adult, not without creating a definition of adulthood that is once completely fleeting and ableist. Is it more adult to think quickly or to make fewer errors than others? And if so, at what point do we start cutting off large swaths of people from the possibility of ever being a true adult? Not just our elders and our younger comrades, but every single person with a cognitive disability, brain fog, temporary injury, low blood sugar, or who just happens to live on the low end of the bell curve. Why would we say that having an efficient brain at age 30 makes you an adult? There is no non-ableist implication to that. And what's the use in packaging a diverse collection of rights, social responsibilities, and modes of interacting under the single banner of adulthood anyway? Is an adult a person who can operate a vehicle, take on a loan, join the military, understand every possible outcome of having sex or getting a medical procedure. And if you think that you can understand every single one of those things, you're probably lying to yourself. There's always, like, informed consent is very important, but there's always more to know, right? Is an adult someone who has done an estimable deed for their community? I can think of a lot of adults who have never done any of that. And I know a great many people who have taken on immense social responsibility when they were in a state of cognitive disability or while they were children. They raised younger siblings, got drunken parents washed up and headed to work, drove a car full of their family members through a mudslide in the mountains, reported a predator sliding into their inbox, and registered dozens of adults to vote when they weren't allowed to vote themselves. My Appalachian grandma, Jo, I've talked about this many times before, but she learned to drive at age 8. Her parents were both alcoholics. They were living in the mountains. She would go with them to the bar and I believe wait in the car. And then when her parents were drunk and they couldn't get home driving their car through the mountains, at first she would sit on her dad's lap and he would work the gas and the brake and she would steer. As she got older, she was tall enough to reach the gas pedals herself, and so then she would drive them home with them drunk in the back seat. She had to take care of herself and other people and operate a motor vehicle at night in the mountains at age 8. That is maturity, right? That is adult shit. It was foisted on her way too young, but she also did it. So we can't say, it was wrong that she was forced to do it. But we can't say that she didn't do it, that she wasn't competent, because she did it, that she wasn't a full human. And she told me a lot of stories like that and where she was living and how people like her lived at that time. And that was very typical for a lot of people in that area. She was very much a self-made woman. Like, she had to teach herself a lot of shit because they didn't have shit else. And she told me about that stuff too, so that I would have a sense of perspective. And all of that is maturity, And she would tell me stuff like that when I was a kid, and I had all these anxieties about growing up and death and my parents dying, people growing older, and like she was able to kind of walk me through some of those things. Yeah, Jo, Mimi Jo, she was a very special person in my life. She was like the biggest influence on the person I am today. Because she would level with me as a kid too. She would talk to me about sex if I had questions. She would talk to me about her next door neighbor who was like intellectually disabled, and like I knew obviously various intellectually disabled people, and I had questions about it and like how to relate to people, and like the fact that they at the time I felt weren't going to grow up. Very relevant to what we're talking about, and anxieties I had about that. She talked to me about the racism that she was taught as a kid and why it was wrong. She taught me about the very complicated racial identity stuff going on in our family, because her dad was not white. Though she was like a very light-skinned redhead white person. And like what passing meant and why and all of those things. And she trusted me with that information as a kid because I was curious, and she respected me, and she would talk to me. And she was the first person who really made me feel like I had an intellect that mattered and that I could ask questions. And she was a fiery redheaded Aries, and is the person I take after the most, I think. And a lot of the confidence I had in my own ideas came from her. And I think a lot of my attitudes about respecting children as people and answering their questions came from her. And she had those experiences of having to mature long before her age. And I think it's all wrapped up in that. And so, if an adult is a thing that is at all estimable, 8-year-old Joanne was an adult. And so was, 65 Joanne. Ulamui says, with this conversation, I always think back on those old pictures of children working in factories, or even still today, children being exploited in manual labor in some countries. That calls to mind for me the He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother Hiroshima picture. I won't pull it up right now because it has like a dead child in it, but it's a very iconic photograph of like a very small child, very small Japanese child who has his little brother's body strapped on his back. The kid's almost his own size. It might be like a 5-year-old carrying like a 3-year-old. And he was asked, like, you've been carrying this body for miles. Like, isn't it heavy? And he said, he ain't heavy. He's my brother. And there was a song that riffed on that and everything. Like, that just incredible maturity, but it's really humanity. It's awful for a kid to have to shoulder that trauma. And also, that is a thing that human beings have done forever. Like, people are human and they respond to the situations they're in and they do what they have to do and what they can do. And there's so much that children are capable of, so much kindness and compassion and insight. And we shouldn't put responsibilities on them that aren't theirs to carry, but we have to acknowledge that they're capable of a lot more than we think. And it's fucked up. Kat has question, says, recessive genes. My grandmother was mixed and passed. She had a brown eye and a green eye. One was her Indian eye and the other her Irish eye. She was a character. That's cool. Those were not easy to drive. And you were the engine as well as the operator. Yeah. There's a lot more emotionally and intellectually going on inside of kids than we give them credit for. And we don't protect that part of them. We protect their innocence, meaning their like compliance and vulnerability, but we don't protect their capability and competence. You know what I mean? We don't honor that. And it's really sad. Saying that younger people and those with less typically developed brains are not full humans also limits their potential to grow and adapt to adversity. The stories we have to tell about a person's capabilities matter. When we expect or demand less of a person, or allow less of them, because of age or disability, we also limit what they believe is possible for themselves. I fear that by telling younger people that they could not possibly follow the intricacies of a student loan agreement or cope with any acknowledgement of sex because they are too young or too underdeveloped to fathom it, we are encouraging in them a helplessness and an easiness to overwhelm that will only continue to keep them isolated, dependent, and reactive against any challenges that they face for a very long time. Here is my article that really kicked off for me this discussion of the subject, Interact with Minors. It's on Substack from April 1st of this year. I'm really like happy with this one and like talking about this stuff. Darth Zarek says, it always pissed me off when people would say that kids are too young to understand things like death and racism, as if they don't already experience them. Yeah, when people say kids are too young to learn about racism, what they mean is they don't want white kids to have to think about it. Because black kids have to think about it every fucking day. They live it before they can comprehend it. And they certainly have to live it and develop comprehension of it quick. Jack Girl Sparkle says, how do we determine which responsibilities are whose to carry? It's a great question. I think that is the thing, right? I think trying to find the answer is the thing. I think the struggle is the thing. I think asking ourselves first, what can I do? As an anarchist, that's my answer. What can I do for other people? What do I feel called to do? Instead of, because we get so reliant on authority, we think the government can define who's an adult, or our school, or our family, and we offload, we give so much of that power away. We have that power taken away from us, but then psychologically, we develop like a mentality that buys into that, and we also give that power away. We don't even think of ourselves as being able to come up with the answers to these questions. We just say, oh, 18 is when you're an adult. If you're not 18, you're not a person. Fuck you. That's so much easier than saying, what do I owe to the young people around me? Like, do I owe them answers to their questions? Do I owe them support? If they're in a bad situation and a parent is mistreating them, what can I do? I think that's the question. I don't know. For me, that's more actionable. What can I do? Because we're always, because of how our society is structured, speaking as a white person in the US, right? People are always saying, somebody needs to do something. Society needs to take care of this. But we're society. We are the community. So I think that's how I like to think about it. It's like, what can I do for people? What can I be responsible for right now? What should I be? And I don't know that answer for you. You know, as an anarchist, I really don't like telling people what they should do. As a pretentious fucker, I do, but I don't think I should actually. You know, like I like writing my little essays, but I want people to make of it what they will. You know, for the most part. Just looking at the chat real quick. Slime Mage says, I work at a boarding school and employ student workers. I work very hard to make it clear to them that they have expertise and are making critical contributions intellectually. Yeah, I think there is, because you don't want to parentify, right? You don't want to put responsibilities on kids that they shouldn't have. But I think kind of emphasizing strengths and empowerment is a really important thing. To tell people from a young age, that's a great question. You can figure it out. Let me help you figure it out. Look at what you did. I learned from you. Thank you for doing this thing. You have an important role to play. And I do think there is an element of responsibility. I think, again, white people, white wealthy people, and middle class people, we think children should have no responsibilities whatsoever. And I think the rest of the world doesn't feel that way. And I think recognizing you have some degree of responsibility to the people around you to treat them well and to think about them is a good lesson for kids to have. And that's not the same thing as, you know, you need to take care of your drug addicted parent who's neglecting you. That's not fair. But I think it is fair to say you need to think about how your actions will affect your siblings or your neighbors, and think about, do you have something you can give to the people around you who are in need? Like, I think those are good things to model. I think it makes people better. You know, I think people want to be responsible too, you know? It's good to be a respectful and nice adult figure in kids' lives because a lot of them don't have that and depend on their biological families, so they can't escape. Yeah, yeah. And that's why we like to say interact with minors here. You don't have to do it on your porn account. I understand why people have some of these messages sometimes, but when you look at this collective messaging that we are grouping like no men and minors together, or no trans misogynists and minors, no TERFs and minors, no homophobes and minors, as if minors are dangerous, it's really fucked up. When I turned 18, becoming an adult meant being able to buy cigarettes and knives. It also meant being able to change my last name, finally severing a connection to my emotionally and sexually abusive father. Why is one right so wrapped up in the other? I don't want to catch some little kid in a knife fight either, but Jesus, is that a reason to keep the kid from stepping out on a person who molests them? Do we think that a person who is more neurologically connected and efficient gets the right to decide how another person lives, what they eat, how they worship, and how their body gets touched? I find it profoundly troubling that so many science reporters seem to be in search of a standard by which personhood can be more narrowly defined, and by how eager the public is to believe that any remotely young person is a neurologically incomplete human, a seed pod for the more reasonable, more self-controlled, mentally swift adult they might become. This is a reference to the comic Penny and Aggie. I talked about this in the Miners piece too, but Penny says she's facing a series of choices. She's like 16 years old, and she's going to run away from home potentially. And she says, and she's talking to her future selves, who are saying, if you go this way, you're going to be this kind of person, and if you go this way, you're going to turn into this kind of person. And they're kind of arguing for her to make a certain choice. And she says, I'm no one's seed pod. I am not a person in the making. I am a person now. And that always stayed with me. This understanding of maturity leaves out the vast majority of actually existing human adults, many of whom will never work a full-time job, complete an advanced degree program, hit outstanding marks on a racist IQ test, make perfectly judicious choices about how they use substances or have sex or spend money, and will continue to exercise the dignity of risk by blowing up their life and doing dumb shit quite regularly, because that is kind of a core part of what being a person means too. The dignity of risk. This is a really important concept in disability justice. It's really important for the rights of people with intellectual disabilities. The idea is that if you are a human being with autonomy, that means you get to make mistakes. Your freedom, your right to freedom can't be judged on perfection, because that is not the standard that we hold anyone else to. I, as a non-intellectually disabled person, have been allowed to be in bad relationships, make bad purchases, get on leases that were a bad idea, break the leases, buy things, sell things, fuck whoever, do whatever drug, drive a car when I probably shouldn't have been driving a car. I can make all these decisions, get tattoos that I regret, all these things. Things that have consequences for me and even for others, but especially for me. And I'm still allowed to do it because that's what autonomy is. And we don't extend that to intellectually disabled people. They're not allowed to have sex. They're not allowed to learn about sex. They're not allowed to hire a sex worker, buy a margarita, go dancing, have a sleepover with a date, get a tattoo, all of these things. It's seen as too risky because they're seen as not people. Why are we all so eager to say that the mess and regret of humanity doesn't count? Why is an adult only a person who makes the right decisions, according to us? That people who have regrets, act out of emotion, fail to understand certain things, or require help are not as essential a part of our species as the optimized worker drones some of us briefly became in our 30s before we burned out. Adulthood seems to be a sacred and yet fragile feeling kingdom to many people who will harshly defend its borders. But when all that means is imposing limits on how much a person gets to participate in public life and how much control they have or don't have over what happens to their body based on their neuroanatomy, what good is the concept of adulthood anyway? As Trilicon says in the chat, we are a kid and we are people. Why do we think only adults are people? That's what I keep coming back to, right? Like, that is the thing that gets really uncomfortable to talk about, because if we are on board with all of these ideas, why does freedom only come to people who turn 18? And how could we do things in a different way? How could we make it possible for younger people to say, I don't want to live with this parent, I don't want to be touched this way, I need this medical care, I don't want this medical procedure, I want to have a say in how the world functions? Like, when are we going to get to the point where children are able to do those things? This is an article of mine called Abolish Age that makes this argument. I am an autistic person, and that means I am developmentally delayed. And no, for the folks on the Spicy Autism subreddit who accuse me of faking my disabilities and not facing any actual struggles, I'm not saying this on some loose technicality. I learned to crawl far later than my peers, spoke early, moved late. I learned to walk far later, to ride a bike far later, like 5th grade. I was late in learning how to write with a pencil. Cursive was impossible. And I was significantly worse than my peers at each of these things. I still kind of am. I did not learn how to make friends of my own volition until I was in my early 30s, and that was after considerable study and practice. I didn't really learn how to end a conversation when I wanted it to end until I was like 32. I still cannot attend to my body's hunger or pain cues, and I probably never will. I do not know how to regulate my overwhelm when faced with a large volume of information, and instead I shut down or freak out or check out. I don't know how to learn socially, like from a class or when I'm being coached, like that social interaction of learning. I'm too burdened by the cognitive load of masking and interpreting the huge quantities of social information coming my way for me to relax and process things and internalize them. Functionally speaking, there's a lot of cooking and cleaning I can't do, even if in theory, if I had no other burdens placed upon me and had somebody to model it and then disappear so I could mimic them in private, I probably could do it. I don't stand right, I don't breathe correctly, I can't drive, and I should not ever be permitted to drive. Even though I do want to get a driver's license again, I really shouldn't. I am so visibly unaware of my surroundings that loved ones frequently have to pull me out of traffic or keep me from plummeting down the stairs. And that's a really loving thing when people do that. It's sweet. I can't get to the post office. I can't wake up early. Can't be around people all day. I also can't be alone all day. And I was also that teenager who was registering voters at age 16 at the mall with my little clipboard, who taught my younger sister how to speak when I was 4. My name was her first word, and I taught her a lot of words, and who correctly identified that I was being parentified and victimized by covert incest long before I'd ever read those words. At 16, I knew I couldn't talk to my dad anymore. I wasn't allowed to legally entrench that until I was 18. But at 16, I knew I needed to do that. The younger me, who was at once so able and disabled, would have benefited from being seen as the competent driving force of its own life that it was. It also would have appreciated getting to control its life and body the way that adults do. And also, typo, despite the handful of abilities I've invested my life into leveling up, I am not a capable adult. My visible lack of ability has always gotten me labeled as childish. I connect more readily with disabled people of all ages and with younger people than I do non-disabled people who have been on the planet as long as me. Especially like non-disabled, neurotypical, like professionals or whatever. All my life I have been punished for how much I differ from the adult standard. And so I have very little interest in defending the steep walls of adulthood. It is a kingdom to which I will never belong. I would like to encourage people, as I often do, to remain skeptical of scientific reporting in the mainstream press, particularly as it relates to neuroscience. Just because a paper has a brain scan in it does not mean it's telling you something useful about human beings and how they actually live and feel. Here's another recent article. In my research roundup series, there is no evidence that AI causes brain damage. Not yet anyway. Check this shit out, please. It's under my research roundup tab. Actually, is this article in the brief? Let me check. Let me edit this really quick and make sure the tag has research roundup in it because I want it to be on that tab. Oh, I hope it is. Settings. Okay, it is. Yay. Good job. Passed me. Way to go. Brain science is in its nascent stages, and the majority of research is a diving expedition for whatever interesting trends the researchers happen to find. And exploration is a crucial part of the scientific process. And my intentions here are not to insult the study authors for contributing to our shared body of information or nature for publishing it. In fact, when taken neutrally, this study provides a useful description of how changes in the brain tend to move together over time. It is still ableist, right, in the sense that autistic people, neurodivergent people were excluded, right? But I think it's still useful data. We need way better data on the diversity of neurodivergent experiences, but like you're allowed to study how neurotypicals develop. You're allowed. Perhaps one day we will find that the brain slowly reorganizes itself with age to compensate for the effects of aging, in much the same way that perhaps the metabolism slows to compensate for the loss of muscle. Or maybe brain organization changes to adapt to the differing demands people have at different stages of their lives. It could be coming from the outside in, not the inside out. If you are engaging in different life tasks at different ages, maybe your brain reflects what you do. Because we know that the brain reorganizes to render more efficient the tasks you are doing all the time. Your body adapts to what you're doing. It's not just that your brain and your biology shapes your reality shapes your body and your brain. That's why I got tech neck, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? Like, we are not like inherently biological. We are social and contextual too. So yeah, I have tech neck because I have hypermobility, but also because I be on that phone. In a similar way, our brains get pruned based on what activities we are using our brains for. We have tons of neurons when we're born, tons of connections that we don't need. And through life experience, our brain shapes itself to render it more efficient for what we'll actually be doing every day. Whether that's reading, playing sports, having conversations, crawling around on the floor pretending to be a puppy dog. Our brain reshapes itself to reflect our activities. And that could be a lot of what's happening here in this study too. The paper itself does not claim to redraw the boundaries of adulthood. It only suggests that we can look at groups of developmental changes as eras, perhaps even encouraging us to abolish binary adulthood as a concept entirely, which is what I would like to see. Abolish age, abolish adulthood. Talk instead about behavior, needs, life stage, but in a less linear way. My quarrel is only with how findings like these get interpreted and spread, and the ideologies these interpretations serve. Science is not apolitical, because human beings are the ones that do it. The questions that we ask, the data that we collect, and how we choose to measure it, the language we assign to bursts of electrical activity and sinewy strands behind the skull, what we do with what we find, that is all made up by us, and it reflects the bigotries of our age. The hatred of children and disabled people are some of the most foundational bigotries out there, and we see it constantly in the search for the fabled adult brain. You might as well go casting about for neurological proof of sanity. And, well, damn, far too many people still believe that a subjective judgment like sane could be seen on a magnetic resonant imaging scan, too. So that's the piece. Thank you, everyone, for reading it and for participating in this convo. It's such a important subject to me, and I'm so happy to see people receive it well because it is controversial. I'm really happy to see people who are interested in youth lib and questioning these things and aren't reacting immediately out of discomfort. That I'm really happy about. Let's see what we got in the chat, if there's anything else to touch on. Male Valence, hello, said, when I was a child, I felt like an adult. Now I don't feel like a child, but I don't feel as competent or self-actualized as I would like. Yeah. Yeah, I think when you're a kid, you know you have these abilities that nobody's recognizing or allowing for. And then when you're an adult, you have all these responsibilities that you're not able to hold yourself. It's that support, freedom duality. You get one or the other. You get support or you get freedom. You don't get both. And so as a kid, you don't get enough freedom or agency. And as an adult, you don't get enough help. And so like you go from feeling like you're way mature for your age to feeling like you're a kid in a suit. No, you did not miss Kink Tears. That's our little dessert, baby. Thank you, Finish Nails. Ulamui says, I think in my mind of children trapped with adults that they don't like, and like a woman being trapped with an abusive man partner. I think for children, liberation housing, food should be guaranteed. I think, yeah, for everyone. If housing was guaranteed, then a lot of people would not be stuck with abusers. Disabled people, victims of domestic violence, etc. Abolish age connects to the concept of crip time, how being disabled changes your perception of time. That could be having fewer or free or productive hours in a day, or delayed development, or a shorter life. Very good point. Yes. Exist outside of linear industrial time. Oh, Trilicon, I'm sorry you've been feeling triggered. I know this subject is something that's tough and that you get demonized for a lot as a person who is not your biological or legal whatever fucking age, and having a sexuality and people being so fucking fucked up about that. When Tilda says, I've noticed there's a tendency to use entirely different language for children, which is why I've started using terms like young people or young beings, as it's more inclusive than exclusive. Yeah, I think, and thinking outside of that minor, when people use minor, especially, it's so dehumanizing and it's so defining them by their legal minority status. That's what they're literally doing. It's so gross. Birdie Bits says the definition of adulthood feels like manhood in a way. With all these requirements, who actually qualifies? How many people really qualify? Bingo! Yes, these things are standards, not reality. And you are measured by your proximity to that standard. Like whiteness, you can say that about. Abledness, neurotypicality. None of these things are real. We're all tilting at windmills, or we're all trying to be the windmill. But the windmill's Not real. Okay, that's a mixed metaphor, but you know what I'm saying. We're fighting a phantasm, you know. Slime Mage says this understanding of adulthood makes it feel like adults can't grow, like are discouraged from exploring and changing. You're supposed to be done trying funky haircuts by 30. Oh my god, how many people have parents who you've just seen them like kind of give up on something because they think they're too old? Like if they get and there's research on this that like older people, let's say they struggle with a piece of technology, the research finds that if they tell themselves they are struggling with the technology because they are old, they are less resilient and more likely to give up. And then they don't learn the skill. Whereas if they tell themselves, I can't learn this technology yet because I don't understand it, or some other much more like localized explanation, situational explanation, then they can learn it. And we all do that. We all tell ourselves stories that we are too old to do something, and then we give up. And it kills your ability. So we do it on both ends. We do it to kids, telling them they're too young to know how to do something and deny them agency, and then we do it to ourselves as we get older and say, "Oh, I'm too old to change." And it's not necessary. And it's very damaging. It literally robs you of agency when you tell yourself that. Ulami says, even though I'm considered an adult, some people say I act like a child because I still need platonic hugs or touch and don't like doing typical adult things. Sometimes they shame me for it. Yeah, it's fucked up. And Valen says, I couldn't read Abolished Age because it just hit so hard for me and is so intensely necessary for our society. I hope to feel okay enough to read it at some point. Yeah, this stuff, like there's like grief in it. Stuff about how like the world could be a different way. It sucks. Finish Nail says, reminds me of the concept of citizenship. Yeah, the model citizen. It should, because it's all about who gets legal rights, who gets to be a person who participates in society. And you have to have certain values and certain beliefs and certain political affiliations under a citizenship test. And of course, those are things you don't have to prove if you were like a born citizen, in a naturalized citizen in a country, versus if you're applying for citizenship, you have to be the ideal of a citizen according to that political system. Whereas meanwhile, since I was born in the US and like my parents had documentation or whatever, like, you know, and all that, like I can be an anarchist saying all this crazy stuff and I get to be a citizen. Finished Nails says, I work with elders in tech fairly often. I've heard from other people who are all around my age so many times not to bother teaching because they won't understand. People are impatient teachers. You're right. When people use age to say they can't learn pronouns because they're too old to learn, why even still be alive at that point? That's like what I want to tell people sometimes. Like, you think you can't, why are you even alive? Like, I don't like, I mean, like, what is, I wouldn't actually tell people that, obviously, but it's like, what, like, I don't get it. Like, it is, to me, being alive is like learning new shit, experiencing new shit. Maybe that's my novelty seeking like Aries ass or whatever. But like what? Like I don't you want you don't you want to understand shit? Don't you want to use your brain? What? What the fuck are you talking about? Like you don't want to listen to new music ever? I mean, I get sometimes you want your comfort shit and it's hard to process. Like I get it. I'm disabled too. Like I do get it. But like what? Like you want to become less and less capable in ways that you have control over? What? Like it's so fucked up. Like what? That'll help you feel young is learning new shit. Like what? It's so frustrating. Maddie says I won't expand on them because spoilers, but I'm thinking about Lace Silk Song. Oh, I wonder. You'll have to tell me when we chat later because I don't care about spoiler. I'm not playing that game. It's too hard for me. I'm too old to learn how to play Silk Song. Like I guess we all have those things where like it's like, oh, I'm too old to learn. But like I would have said that about singing a year ago, maybe. I would have been like, oh my god, people are wonderful singers because they started so young. It's too late for me. And it's like, no, it's not. You can get better. And I have. And it's also this very like ableist thing of like you have to be the best at something to even bother. And it's like, no, you don't. It is very enriching to get better at a thing if you can do it or to learn things. That stuff's good. Thank you, Birdie Bits. Really appreciate the piece. I really enjoyed writing this one. I love talking about bad science and child liberation. It really gets me going. It gets my pee hot. It's more that I don't have energy to learn than it has anything to do with your age. Yep. And that's true. Oh, Valence, I didn't perform at any concerts. I did chorus practice every week, and then I didn't do the concerts because of Fur Fest. I did the tree lighting ceremony like 2 weeks before. And it was a shit show, but and it was fun, but it was a shit show. Like one of our song cues was just totally fucked. But no, I didn't actually do the concerts because I did not want to miss Fur Fest. I was fucking on acid and shit. Maddie knows. Ula Mui says, since you have an anarchist perspective, how do you think anarchism connects or doesn't connect with responsibility for caring for other people? I think I kind of already explained this, but to just like make it explicit, the whole idea behind anarchism for me is that the state should not exist. There is no authority structure that should determine how society should function. That we as individuals have the power, and as the communities we build autonomously to make those decisions. Autonomy and responsibility that we choose to take on is the alternative to a police state. These things go like key into lock for me. They are indelibly linked. Anarchism is the idea of you don't need other people and like powerful structures and like a military or a state to tell you what to do. You can do it. You can build it. The people around you can build it. We take care of us. We can figure this out. We don't need to have it forced on us. That is anarchism to me. We build those structures, and if we rely on one another in those ways, if we step up for one another in these ways, we don't need a military. We don't need a state. We don't need capitalism to figure out how resources get distributed. We can do it. So that's the deal. Maybe Ellen said, sorry if looking up your choir website is too parasocial. No, that's okay. I just couldn't remember if I had said it or not. Sing and make art that you're not expert at. It's good for your soul. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Participate at your level. That's sweet. Yeah, I mean, I saw chorus as like free singing practice. 3 hours of free singing practice every week on top of my lesson. And I really want to do the summer like festival circuit, like street festivals, more than like Christmas songs anyway. I had fun though, you know. I learned a lot of Dolly Parton songs that I did not know. So that was cool. Oh yeah, the YouTube app will filter some of the messages. Yeah, I think people think anarchism is fuck off, do whatever you want forever. And, you know, I used to be a libertarian, so I get the appeal of that. But part of what do whatever you want forever is nobody else should be able to control what you do. And you can trust yourself. You can trust your neighbor. It's a very optimistic ideology. It's kind of sometimes called an anti-ideology because it doesn't have necessarily moral precepts. It says you get to decide. You know, so that's what I believe, and I believe there's a really strong track record of that throughout history and throughout indigenous ways of living and anarchist societies, which are not always necessarily the same thing, but have things in common. People take care of one another. People can make decisions for themselves, and they can change what those decisions are. And what's right for me isn't necessarily what's right for you, and that's okay. You know, there's a lot of different ways to live, and if we had the freedom of movement and the freedom to change how we lived and structured ourselves whenever we wanted, then we could do a lot of good. There are aspects of anarchism I find challenging. Like, it does seem like a lot of people want to submit to authority, and not only because they're horny, but because it gives them a structure to lean on. But I don't know. I think there are ways to build that into anarchism if people were knowingly and ongoingly consenting, and they could leave at any time. Kat says, my vocabulary has expanded so much today. I am full stim studying and juggling cups of tea and coffee like a proper beverage goblin. Felt like shit this morning. Y'all, I love you. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, balance capitalism is so ridiculously bad at this and rewards selfishness. So I feel like any other way of organizing society is going to be better. Yeah, even just to start, like, does that mean there won't be horrible things that happen? Of course not. Like, and maybe I'm too equivocal for some people, but like, there's already a huge amount of violence and oppression and unfairness in this world. And if we get rid of the cops, if we get rid of a nation state, if we get rid of capitalism, yeah, there's no guarantee that bad shit's never going to happen. And part of anarchism is giving people freedom, again, dignity of risk, to say that it's better to have that freedom than to have a certain violence. Because what we have under nation states and colonialism is a certain violence rather than the freedom to decide a lot of things for ourselves. Believe in people. Politicians and billionaires don't have any special skills to be better at making decisions than I do. They sure don't, buddy. Like, they are way worse at making those things because they have incentives that point them. People do what makes sense for their financial incentives by and large. And so if you profit off of doing evil shit, you do it not because you're evil in your core, but because you profit off of it. Anarchists aren't overly optimistic. They understand cooperation is part of our DNA. I agree. I think and I've talked about it in my essay on the dawn of everything. The three fundamental freedoms society lacks. Read this book if you got lots of time, because this is a hard read. It took me like 2 years to read, but it's changed my life. So read it. The Dawn of Everything by Graver and Rengro, R.I.P. David, my homie, my oomphy on Twitter, who liked one tweet of mine and then died. But if you can't read this whole doorstopper of a book, this is my attempt to synthesize some of the takeaways of what indigenous cultures throughout history and ongoing can teach us about how much society does not need to be the way that it is. This has been my first time joining one of your streams, and I'm enjoying it a lot. Thanks you for being here, Jack Girl Sparkle. Let me give you a link to the Piscord. If you're liking this conversation and you're liking the people here, you might want to join the Piscord. The Piscord is a Discord server that people use to chat about all kinds of stuff. Spoony, like illness, chronic illness stuff, healthcare, self advocacy. People share pictures of outfits. They get on voice calls and hang out together. I try to not be like the head of it, even though like I am a mod and it is obviously affiliated with the shit I do and the shit Maddie and I do. I try to keep it as horizontal as possible. Oops, that's a Nature article. Pfft. Oopsie. This link is to join the Piscord. It's just a little place to continue these conversations and to chat about whatever you want. I don't see everything. We have other mods too. Like we take care of us for the most part and try to like be kind of self-regulating as a group. Which I love. Like, I was really afraid to create something that would be like a gross, like parasocial, like fan community or shit like that. And it's not like that. Like, it's just people for the most part doing whatever. And like, if I say something stupid, people will tell me that I said something stupid. Like, I said something in biohacking the other day about estrogen dominant voices, which is not a thing, So like, get my ass. Like, don't, whatever. But there's a biohacking channel for like DIY HRT stuff and people talking about supplements they're on. There's a meme zone. There's an NSFW channel. Like, there's all kinds of fun shit on there. So have fun in there if you like this. And if you're watching the chat in the VOD, if you're watching the video not live, you can also join the Piscord by typing in that URL. I don't put it in the show links because I don't want us to get brigaded or spammed. So that's my little line of defense, is that if you're watching this later, you have to type in that Discord link manually to join. And that seems to work pretty well. We had one spam incident the other day, but Cest Levy. All right. Shall we do some hypno kink ratings, gamers? Would you like that? Would that be good for you? Let's do it. So this is a tier maker, hypnosis list tier maker. I'll also put this in the chat. Oh fuck, close the thing. 1 second. Put it in the chat. So you can fill out one of your own or just read as I work on it. Hypno taboo. I kind of want to heat up my coffee. Can we take a little break? Is that kosher? What should I put on the video thing while we wait? Or while y'all wait for me? I need something that's not going to set off copyright strike. Maybe another Chris Fleming? I don't know. What's another Chris Fleming bit that we haven't played? God. The Bill Burr thing. Yo, don't worry. I'll define all of them. Okay, y'all are going to watch him talk about the snacks at Trader Joe's that only women can see. Is that cool? Is that a good one? Just a hypno swirl. God, it's too horny. It's too horny. Maybe I'll do my dad and my soccer coach. I'll just do this one because it's a song, but it won't get copyright striked. All right, I'll be right back, everybody. Captions.
Hi, Jim. Hi, Jim. Chris, won't be having any practice on Tuesday. No practice Tuesday, Chris. Okay, I could hear him through the phone, but thanks. Okay, teacher. Okay. Sounds good. All right, take care. Okay, love you, bye. Joe, do you know what you can say? I said bye, Jim. No, Joe, you said bye. What? No, you didn't. Jesus. Mary. Jesus, Joe! There is no joy like that of an 11-year-old boy hearing his strange dad accidentally telling him straight up that he loves him. And mine, this isn't California, where such an exchange might be ordinary between two hetero men after, say, a particularly good hot yoga class. This is Massachusetts, where a man can be hanged for wearing orange. Sit down and stop pacing around. It's not that big of a deal. Yes, it's a big deal, Nancy. I just told my son's soccer coach that I just squeaked out an erotic nighttime whisper to my son's soccer coach. Take care of it how? Send it Russell Stovers? I need to go into the woods or something. No, you don't, Joe. My dad is now occupying a level of hell that few people will ever know. And I think his dreams went something like this. Tim, is that you? Tim, is that you? Tim, let me explain. I didn't mean what I said. You know, it's just one of those habits. You know how it goes. Us guys. Okay, I gotta go. I love you, God. Oh my God, why did I say it again?
It's okay. How'd we like that? Did you like that? Was that good for you? Yeah, these are all just bills. 1 second. My roommate got me a pastry. Yay. Just what I needed. Bodies in motion. Chris Fleming, my beloved. Okay, I'm gonna sit down comfortably. I'm gonna lower my standing desk so I can really lock in for discussing hypnosis kink with y'all. We're going. We're going low. Okay. I love Chris Fleming so much. That's my boy. That's the type of that's the type of man I am. If you can wash yourself with a hand towel in a pinch. All right, here we go. Hypnosis tear maker. So we got S tier, not for shit, but for good. A, B, C, D, and F. The color scheme is very confusing. Oh, wow, we could do a live voting poll. That's kind of fun. I wonder how that works. Oh, I would have to log in. Damn, that would be fun. I don't think I have a tier maker account. Let me change screens here real quick. It would be cute to see what people thought. Girl, you were standing this whole time? Yes. Helps keep me awake. I love my standing desk. We love her. Live voting poll. Okay. Ooh, I think I can make y'all vote on this. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the chat if you want to vote along. We'll give you 1 hour. And we'll give it public. Best hypnotropes. How fun. S tier is for like super, you know, like it's in a lot of like video games. It's pretty typical to use that as the best tier. Maybe not intuitive. Yeah, I think it's super. I think that's what it stands for. Super good, double plus good. So yeah, if you want to follow along and put in your own suggestions, we can do that. Now that link will be in the chat. Let me lower myself. Get a slightly different view of my house, as you can see. All right, let's go. So let me make this a little bigger so y'all can read it. There's a lot of these, so I'll go pretty fast, but I will explain things. So it's the F is well, I'll make this shit tier just because I think that's easier, and I'll make S God tier because that's easier for me to follow. Capiche? But for you it'll be whatever. So feel free to follow that link and drag whatever you like. We'll go in order. Pocket watch. Okay, so pocket watch induction. You've seen this in cartoons. They have a pocket watch. They swing it in front of your eyes. It's very stage hypnosis, but it's also like a lot of like cartoon hypnosis. That's like a lot of people's hypno kink root. Obviously, I don't like stage hypnosis most of the time. I think it's corny boots, but I like in a pinch it'll work, and obviously it's a lot of roots. A root of hypnosis kink for a lot of people. So I'm gonna put it on, and obviously I have a hypno tattoo, so like obviously, you know, he has a pendulum, I'd say. So I'm gonna put pocket washed on C tier. It's like a good like mid tier hypno kink trope. Like she's been with us since the beginning, but she's boring. I kind of want to put on some like background music. Do you think that's too risky? Royalty free chill hop. Non-copyright music. Playlist. Wait, I could do Burrow Machine, and I know their music on SoundCloud is royalty free. Burrow Machine in SoundCloud. Wait, am I on screen share right now? Yes, I am. Royalty free. Pocket Watch is hot on their own. Can be hot for. I don't know if they're still royalty free. I may just try this playlist. Okay, yeah, just, you know, just chill, generic, chill hop music. Let me know how that is volume wise. Put on the Endless Forest Deer Hypnosis. Next up is Pendulum. Pendulum I definitely like way more than Pocket Watch. It's just more generic. It's less corny to me. It's less like Redditor with a top hat. Apologies to all my Redditors with top hats. I will still fuck you, but it's just not as... Pendulums are more swaggy to me. Pendulums can be really pretty. They can be made out of like fun stones. And I do like an eye focus hypnotic induction. It'll get me done. I've, self-hypnotized with pendulums before. So I'm going to give that one a B. Pheromones. This one's tough for me. Pheromone hypnosis kind of grosses me out. I knew this guy off of Sleepy Chat, which was like a random, you would get like paired with random hypno kink people, who was like really into like hormones as like making you feral, and he would send me these fics that he wrote about like this experimental drug that like when you breathed it in, it turned you into like a horny ape, and you would like transform into an ape and start like rutting and fucking, and stinky. You'd get like really stinky. I don't like that. I don't care for that. I don't like yucky or stinky. And pheromones kind of gross me out. Because they're also yucky and stinky. So I'm going to say D tier. I won't never do it, but it's not my favorite. The butterfly induction. Now this is an eye focus hypnosis induction. It's very old, it's very classic. It's been used like by researchers and like actual like hypnotherapists and stuff. And it's, I'll do a quick demo. Everybody practice subject agency, and if you're gonna trance, only do it if you can wake yourself up. You are in control of your own life and brain. You can do that. But a butterfly induction is just, you do a kind of butterfly motion with your hand back and forth, fluttering, and you just have people focus on it. Focus on my hand, drop. That's it. It's fine. It's portable. It's easy. It's solid. It'll get me done. I think hands are sexy. You always have it on you. There's something about a magic hand. I love like a forehead touch. That's like the real shit. Oh yeah, my Pokemon. So I'm gonna give Butterfly the pendulum rank. I'm kind of torn between B and C for it because it's not the most exciting to me, but it gets the job done. I don't think there's anything corny or non-sexy about it. If somebody has great hands or they have like a good flow for it, I think it's cool. That's my personal ranking. Has anybody ranked anything yet? No. Oh wait, average vote. No, nobody's voted yet. Okay, fine. Hypnotic kiss. So this is if you just kiss someone and through the kiss they hypnotize you. Poison ivy is kind of, I mean, she's obviously also pheromones. But like plant pheromones is way sexier to me than like stinky musk type shit. I don't know. Like I do like a love potion kind of thing. Oh, okay, you have to fill yours out and then submit it. That makes sense, rather than doing one at a time. Thank you, Closet Demon. So I know I'm going through these kind of fast. So fill out at your leisure. Actually, I maybe should extend the time limit on it. I wonder if that's too late. No. I should have given it more time. But that's okay. Hypnotic kiss. For me, it's just kind of bleh. Like, I kind of like if it's like a bimbo-y, lovey, cutesy hypnotic kiss. I think Poison Ivy's hot, but I think it's just because Poison Ivy's hot. I'm gonna give it Pocket Watch. It's fine. It's neither here nor there. Hypnotic music. Love her. Love hypnotic music. Especially when you incorporate other elements, but like trance music. Literally trancing to trance genre music. Love her. There's these great remixes of the Bambi Sleep hypnosis files that are great, that like use like bimbo programming but also have like this really great beat. Music always enhances a hypnosis track or a hypnotic experience. Syncing hypnotic music with like a vibrator that buzzes in time with the music is amazing. I love hypnotic music, so I'm gonna give that God tier. God tier. Obviously, it can be done well or poorly, but like when it's good, sploosh. Love hypnotic music. Pen light. Ooh. Pen light hypnosis. Oh my god. Let me see if I can find y'all a demo. There's a lot of, this is really common in Japanese hypnosis videos, like Kaori, hypnosis, pen light. They used to have all these great videos, and then some of them got taken down. This is just role play. You can get people, like, people look really hot when they're having a pen light, like one of these tiny lights here, put on their eye and like asked to follow it with their pupil. I find it so fucking hot. Oh my god, where is it? These are all role play things. I want to show somebody actually being hypnotized with it. Kaori Hypno. They've had their shit taken down so many times. This is, you're really seeing my shit. Like, oh, here we go, yes! I love this shit. I don't even, you know, like, I don't speak Japanese, I don't understand a thing of what's being said, but I will watch these till the end of the day. Like, I love, like, the eye cross, bringing it in, touching the forehead. It's a little bit like the Men in Black thing that flashes and you forget everything. Like, I love the style of how these are done. Like, it's just so, like, slow and intimate. And, like, just the eyes, like, look just so dreamy. So hot. Love it. I'm gonna add this to my hypno playlist. Because this shit is hot as fuck. There's about 1 million videos like this, like from Japanese porn studios. Usually they are like JAV and then some number. There's like a JAV, you know, 425, JAV 009, you know, JAV 075. There's hundreds of them. And they're usually like 3 hours long of just like compilations of like long sequences like this. And usually eventually then they like, it gets sexual, explicitly sexual or undressing. But often starts with a pen light. Okay, then I think that's probably all we're gonna see of the pen light. So we can move on, even though I'd like to stay here forever. So pen light, to me, God tier. I just like it. I just think it's neat. And the videos that are associated with pen lights tend to be pretty good for me. When I put my pointing finger toward the middle of my eyes or my eyebrows, it gives me tingles. Well, yeah, it's hot. Yeah, it feels good. It's a sensitive area. Like, it's, your eyes cross a little bit. It's very focusing. It's good shit. Good shit. Love potion. This is not my favorite trope. I think the way it's done is usually like the person drinks the love potion and then they get like all like crazy obsessive in love rather than trancy. Like, it's just rarely hot to me unless it really makes them like weak and schmoopy and horny and like brainless and devoted in that kind of way. Like, if it makes you like a thrall, I like a love potion, but otherwise those are usually not that hot to me, so I'm gonna put it in C tier. Depends on the execution. Hypnotic tentacles, that's god tier. No question. One of my first hypnodoms was really into tentacles, and like I love hypno porn where it's like there's a tentacle like that's using like electrical activity against your temples, and it's like controlling your brain, or like a tentacle that goes inside you and like your whole and like wraps around your spine and takes over your spinal column and controls you. Go tentacles in the ears, controlling the brain. Tentacles down the throat and going up into the brain. Tentacles spurting out some kind of mind control liquid in you. It's hot. It's sexual. Early other Pokemon reference for me was Tentacool and Tentacruel controlling Meowth. In the anime. Yeah. Oh, here we fucking go.
We are Tentacool and Tentacruel. Hear us now. Humans have destroyed our ocean home, and now we will have our revenge.
I hope this isn't gonna get me copyright struck.
It's too late, horsey. No matter what you think, we cannot turn away. We must teach humans the pain of having homes destroyed.
Mind Flayers in Baldur's Gate. There's a Mind Flayer porn subreddit. Fuck yeah. God tier. We love hypnotic tentacles. Hacking. Ooh, is that A tier or God tier? The new Pokemon Z Mega also hypnotizes with its tentacles. Yes, they had a whole promo that unfortunately was like a little corny in how it was done, but like I'm into it. I'm into it. I would like to see more. Hacking. Oh god. No, I'm gonna put hacking on God tier too. This is gonna be hard because I just love hypno so much, so everything's God tier. 3D Vinyl 3D on Twitter and Bluesky makes these amazing Overwatch porns of Sombra using her hack function to mind control usually Diva. Oh my god, I can't show a second of it because it's too sexual. But 3D Vinyl GIFs, they do other good hypnoporn edits, but their Sombra hacking Diva Overwatch stuff is, I've worn out the tape on those. It's hacking in the sense of like using a computer to take over the person's brain. Technology, brain mind control. Or if somebody was hooked up into a mech or something that was already technology oriented and taking over control of that, yeah, that would also be hacking. But we can also, a lot of times in hypno stuff, it's magical thinking. So it's like, imagine if you could use computer hacking to take over someone's brain. Love it. Countdown, I'm gonna put in A tier. It's a classic and it works. Like, very consistent, very simple. It's a metaphor that the brain, at least for me, can latch onto very easily. You know, you get the person relaxed in some way, and then you just say, I'm going to count down from 10 to 1, and with each number, you're going to be thinking less, your breathing is going to slow, you're going to surrender more, whatever. And like, for me, even just a countdown by itself is vaguely hypnotic. If it's like a relaxing, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, drop. I love it. I love it. I live for it. Blend it with some music or some other induction method. Hot. Simple. She's a simple queen, but she delivers every time. Confusion induction. This is going to be a new one for a lot of you. So not every hypnotic induction is about relaxing the person. A lot of hypnosis is very much similar to meditation or relaxation, but not always. Some people are not well suited to that. If you have a really overactive brain, if you're an ADHDer or you're easily distracted, or you are someone who feels like you don't hypnotize easily, you may benefit instead from a confusion induction. And the point of a confusion induction, let's see if we also have an overload induction because it's very similar. I don't think so. You give someone a ton of information that's really hard to follow, or contradictory instructions, or you have like this pattern where you're talking and you're starting to say something that makes sense and the person's supposed to follow you, but then things don't start making as much sense anymore, and they don't know what's up and what's down and whether they're up or they're down, and da 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 da, and you go through this long confusing pattern. Or you give someone a confusing task. So example of that is the 7 plus or minus 2 confusion induction. Hello, Paradise Puppet. Glad to see other other people who know what I'm talking about here. Is this from Hypnosis on Display? I think it is. So the whole point is to just overload and confuse someone's brain, and so that then when you offer them dropping into trance as an escape, they'll take it. So you overwhelm them, or you give them a confusing task, like keeping a bunch of things in their memory, and then you drop them. We'll do this one because it's short. From Miss Praxis. Oh, we're oomfies. Miss Praxis and I are oomfies. We met at Beguiled, so we'll shout out to Miss Praxis.
Well, hello and welcome. It would be my pleasure to help you stop thinking right now. Not a difficult thing to do, I promise. Really, it's something anyone can do, even you. Even if you haven't thought you were able
Aw,
to,
damn,
well,
the
it's
typo.
easy enough to do once you get started into the rhythm and the rhyme of what makes this kind of thing work for you. You see, the simple concept that goes into making it, the ideas that build and break it, the ideas that make you so easily pulled into the ideas that I have to give you so, well, it's easy enough to do when you follow along with what I have to say, because it's a simple idea, a concept that I'm going to play out, one that you don't need to fully understand or comprehend in order to benefit from or enjoy and indulge in. It's easy enough to do. Just focus and follow what I have to say for you. Yes, that's right. That's all you had to do, really, I promise. It's not that hard for you. Just listen and follow what I have to say, and before you know it, you won't have anything left to do inside your mind except play my words on repeat until you unwind. Really, it's not hard to do. Just stop thinking. It's an easy request I can make of you. Please, don't make it difficult. Just give in. Yes, a simple request, sure, but not exactly one that needs to make sense, because I could ask you about the second pence, the coming of, and this and that, where we were and how it was. But you don't need to hold on to those complicated concepts of trying to make sense of my simple song. No, it could just be an easy mix of things, a mishmash, a hodgepodge, a porridge, as it were. Something that we poured down between your ears, like the sounds that I'm making here. You know, not something that has to have a lot of sense to it. No, of course not. We would make dollars if we were making sense. Or would it be a different kind of recompense? I wouldn't ask you to make sense of it. No, I wouldn't expect you to consider or, well, understand really anything at all. It's not like we're
So you
playing
can
in a
see she's
marching
going for a
band. No, I
patter,
didn't ask you to pick
kind
up
of a
an instrument,
confusing
break it
patter in
down.
turns of
What are you
phrase that make it
doing?
harder to
It's not
follow what
like
she's
you're a
saying.
clown. Though I certainly could enjoy an entire three-ring circus, but after all, that's not the kind of toy that I want
The
right
idea
now.
being that it
No,
gets
not
your
at
brain to
all,
kind
not
of
at all, not
drift,
at
and
all,
you
not
can't
one
really
bit.
hold on and
It's
follow
simply
consciously what she's saying
put,
anymore.
sink. That's all you had to do. Just admit that you didn't want to think. And if you did, well, I'd be kind, I'd be merciful, I'd be so wonderfully sweet. I'd get all those thoughts out of that silly head and lay them bare, like pulling the sheets from a bed. That's what you want to do, right? It's too hard to think. You don't need to do it. You can just sink, fall apart,
This is
break
what normal
down.
conversation
You
is
don't
like
have
for
to
me.
hold on anymore.
Rip. When you
I'm
got that
just a
auditory
clown that
processing
dances
disorder,
around, that sings silly
everything's
thoughts
a
into your
confusion
head,
induction.
makes ideas that come to pass easily enough within my own head, and then shares them to you, words spilling forth from you and me. Who knows which ones
Dissociation and
begin to speak when your
hypnosis,
entire inner
they're
monologue
buddies.
is just a repeat of what I have to say. That's all you have
If
to
you're
do,
good at
really.
one,
Don't
you
think.
are
Just let
likely
me
good at
play
the
out.
other.
Let me
Maybe
cook,
even
as it
too
were.
good.
Let me spin those ideas. Let me break down those doors, kick in those concepts, and before you know it, I'll be standing there triumphantly, showing you what it can be like not to think, what it can be like just to sink and break down all your ideas.
This is giving my voice a good break.
You don't need them. They're too much work. Just let go. Let yourself be calm. Let yourself be in that calm place for me. Empty out all those complex ideas. You don't need them anymore. You can just sink, drink it in, and be oh so wonderfully empty. And
So that's one example. You kind of get the idea there that she's using different phrases in different ways to kind of lose any sense of sense, so that you can't follow her, and then you relax because you're basically kind of are dissociating because you can't follow things anymore. I have her business card right here, Praxis Industries. Praxis Memetics LLC. We change minds. It says on the card. Let me show you it on big. They had a really great display at Beguiled with a bunch of hypnotized dolls, and I was their fan. It was like kind of an office setup of their like little hypnotized doll like workers, and I was the office fan with my fan. Really cool person, Miss Praxis. I'll have to message her and tell her that I showed her stuff on a stream. The 7 plus or minus 2 confusion induction is more about giving a person a task. I don't want to play this whole video, but maybe I can find a second.
And in. And out. How you
This is the
look
intro.
to other
Okay, we'll do 5 things.
background noises that you hear right now. Possibly the hum of the computer fan.
So he's saying look for 5 things that you can hear right now.
In the next room, outside.
And then here he'll give you 6 things.
And that is the 7th thing that we are adding. The 7th thing that's going through your mind is how heavy your head feels right now.
So you're basically supposed to go through the
How heavy
list.
your head is.
So first he gives you identify 5 things in the room that you can hear. You know, I can hear my radiator, I can hear the birds outside or whatever. Remember all of those things. Keep cycling through them in your mind. Now I'm going to add a 6th thing and you need to remember it too. That's how heavy your head is. And then he'll add 7 things, 8 things, 9 things. And the basis and you're supposed to keep all of them in your working memory. And the idea here is that most people can hold about 7 plus or minus 2, on average 5 to 9 things. Some people can only hold 5, some people can hold 9 or more, but on average it's in that range of 7 plus or minus 2. And holding anything more in your brain past that is really difficult in your working memory, where you can like visualize and think and list all of it all at once. And so they're trying to overload you with too many things to remember, and it's getting more and more difficult, more and more stressful. You're cycling through all of those things. You're focusing on thinking about what he's telling you to think, and now you can't do all of it anymore, and you drop. They tell you to drop, and you drop. So that's a confusion induction. It's very good for a hyper analytical subject. I don't super love confusion inductions. They feel a little gimmicky to me personally. I like things that are more focus and relaxation based and emptying out your brain. I kind of find confusion inductions stressful because I try to be good at them. And I can tell what the person's doing and then I don't want to do it. So I understand it has a lot of utility for overly active brain subjects, but it just does not shit for me. It does not shit it. So I'm going to put it in D. It's just not my thing. It's not bad, but it's not my thing. Makes me feel relaxed and like not using brain power. I like the mispraxis better than the 7 minus 2. But the person has to be really charming to sell it, I find. Trilicon asked if I'm going to do the taboo dead dove one. I don't think I'm going to have time today, unfortunately. If anybody wants to tell her/them in the Piscord, since they probably left, that would be, you don't have to, but that would be appreciated. This is taking more time than I thought, so I probably won't get to both of them. I'll probably do dead dove maybe next stream. I'd like to do it. Got all kinds of fun stuff in there. Good shit in there. But we're probably going to just get through hypnosis today, because I do have something to do in the evening. So, apologies for that, Trilicon. There was another question. Ulamui said, can you truly make a person do things unconsciously with hypno? Like, my parents wanted me to go to a hypnotherapist to detrans my gender. Like, why no one hypnotized Trump to get rid of him? The answer is it's complicated. We tend to like to say in the community that nobody can make you do something you don't want to do, but there have been documented cases of there's multiple legal cases of this divorce lawyer who hypnotized a lot of women who came to see him while they were getting divorced, and he hypnotized them and sexually assaulted them. There's also a very famous case of someone using the Bambi sleep files to abuse a bunch of women. erotic hypnosis can be safe, but and I know some of these people who were in this abusive relationship with this person who was um, they were you can have a lot of intense things can happen to you under hypnosis if you are suggestible, if you are motivated, if you are very focused, if there's drugs involved, if you're in love with the person, if it's in an existing dom sub relationship, if you really want to believe in it, if you're obsessive, if you have psychotic features or you're having a psychotic episode, um, you you can be very fundamentally affected by hypnosis. Um, Hypnosis can make you lose time. It can make you forget things. It can alter your sense of reality or yourself. It can affect your self concept. It can have pretty dramatic effects on you. I think it can be used to cross your boundaries. This article is an example of that. This person used a bunch of really potent hypnosis files called the Bambi sleep files, which I can truly attest. Like when I listen to them, I don't I've listened to the playlist and it's on YouTube of Bambi sleep and I don't remember the majority of it. I'm like it's gone within like 5-10 minutes and it's like a multiple hour playlist. Uh, it hits and there was someone who used the Bambi sleep files and drugging people and cult recruitment tactics to recruit predominantly a bunch of like non-binary people that then they were bimbofying and making more feminine. Um, they're called James in this article, and had a long campaign of like physical abuse, isolating people from their families, doing a bunch of things to them sexually and physically that they would not have consented to if they were not hypnotized, and that they barely or don't remember having happened to them, and fucking with their like gender and shit too, when including when people found that disturbing to be bimbofied. And so even though like the meme in the community is all hypnosis is self hypnosis, it's not magic. Someone can't just put a spell on you without your consent. Um, you have to mentally participate in the process. You have to focus on what they're telling you to focus on and think about what they are telling you to think about. And if you don't, it won't work. Free will is also more complicated than that. It can have really intense effects, and typically the people it has the strongest effects on are people who are motivated in some way to put a lot into it, but that doesn't mean it's fake. Like I have had very serious hypnotic effects too that have been scary. And like even the Bambi sleep ones would be scary if I didn't have like good like safeties in place where like I kind of know that if there's a suggestion in a file that is uncomfortable for me, I'm going to just disregard it or self wake. And that's because I've really practiced that and had that really like trained in me with hypnotists who were safe starting really early on. But if you don't have that kind of subject agency and don't know how to practice it, then you are also like really like doing what you're told, maybe because you're horny or you like love the person or you want it to be real so bad, you can get fucked up. God, you probably can't show off that hypno book, can you? I'm using it to hold up my monitor right now. Otherwise, I would. That anti-hypno book. Um, yeah, parasitized puppet says it can indeed have some really strong effects. After a really intense file, I took a couple months break from hypnosis because it was so intense. Yeah, yeah. I similarly had like a really long like robotification brainwashing campaign with a dom where it was like constant reinforcing throughout the day that I was like their robotic slave or whatever, and I was participating in it because I was horny and that was my fantasy. And I was, if anything, also egging him on to like, let's do it more, let's take it further, like he was not abusing me, but we were both like frenzying on it. And it fucked me up for a while and I had to take a break from hypnosis because I was doing too much, he was doing too much, and I wasn't getting out of trance often enough. So the answer is it's complicated, right? Like the question is, can anybody make you do something that you don't want to do? And the answer is yes. We both have more agency and are more malleable than we want to acknowledge, I think, if that makes sense. Next one is hypnotic app. This one is like a trope in a lot of porn. I just have an app on my phone that's going to hypnotize you. Just look at the spiral on the app. Oh, now you're my hypnotized slave. I like techie inductions. Let me turn my music back on. I like a techie focused hypnotic induction. I like that kind of stuff. But a lot of these are a little like that. It's in a lot of corny porns. The hypnotic app thing. Which is like, ooh, the spiral's gonna make my stepsister fuck me, you know. And it's not that exciting. Yeah, think of the existence of coercion in general. Right, yeah. You know, like does a dom literally have power over you? Yes and no. On one hand, you chose to give it to them. But on the other hand, once you've given it, is it hard to take it back? Have you started to believe the fiction? Has the fiction started to become real? Free will is a complicated thing. So hypnotic app, I'm going to put it mid-tier. God, I wish it were real. Like an app that could hypnotize you. Oh my god. Fuck me up. But some of them are corny. If it was like an app that would like spam my screen with like spirals and stuff, that would eat. I would slay. This croissant is so crumbly. Yeah, eating ASMR, sorry. Self-hypnosis. This is what it sounds like on the tin. You're meditating, you're walking yourself through. I'm relaxing my body progressively, different muscle groups, or like I'm emptying out my brain. I love self-hypnosis. I've used it to like help me fight nausea on the train. I've used it to practice programming that I already had, like mantras that like a dom had me repeating. All kinds of stuff. And it's so useful for reinforcing existing hypnosis. And as we already said, a lot of hypnosis is you are taking your own brain down that path, even if there's another person involved or an audio file. And I think everybody who's into hypnosis should practice self-hypnotizing, because you need to be able to get yourself in and out. Like, you have to know how it feels and what your signs are and how to deepen yourself and bring yourself up and how those things feel. And the only way you get good at it is through practice. So I'm going to put self-hypnosis right at countdown. There is no hypno kink without self-hypnosis, in my opinion. It's an essential skill. And it can be hot. It can be very, very hot. And some other big, like, hypno-kinky friends of the show do a lot of self-hypnosis throughout the day. Like our estimable mod, that Callisto. So it's just foundational. Like, you need a countdowns, self-hypnosis. Where would we be without them? Nowhere. Crystals. I love a crystal. Staring into a crystal, getting your brain trapped into a crystal. That's something that I've seen done a lot. Like, imagine your brain is being sucked into the crystal and now it's trapped and now you can't think. You're fixated on the beauty of the crystal. Maybe you're following the crystal as a pendulum. Crystals are pretty. They already kind of feel magical because they look so pretty. She's great. She's a classic. I'm going to give her A tier. We love Crystal. Hypnotic screen. Similar to app based hypnosis. You just have a spiral on your screen. It spins. It make you stupid or obedient or a jock or a foot freak or whatever you want to be hypnotized to be. And you sit your ass down and listen. It's great. This is a great time to plug my good friend and one of my first doms, and continue to be a great friend of my life, Brian's Brian Knowing Smile on Knowing-Smile on Tumblr's Spiral Me. That's s.piral.me. Spiral Me. Oh fuck, which one is my login? I've had like a million different kink handles, so I never fucking remember. Okay, so Spiral Me has like and you can register if you are into the shit. He has a gallery of all these different spirals that you can click through, and you can program audio files to play at the same time, and it can also be set up so that it works for like a Google Glass, like a 3D goggle kind of thing, or VR helmet. Flash warning here, if you have seizures, please do not be here for this. Oh, here's a demo that I created, but you can add subliminals telling you that you're going to submit, or you're a drone, or you're going to serve your mistress or your master, or just basic relaxation. We'll do basic relaxation, so it's just going to have subliminals saying things like stare, relax, calm, mindless, blank. And we're going to do full screen. And you click full view gallery images. And it has a randomizer too, where you can just get a spiral automatically on the screen. Let's just do like a classic here. Oh, this is to like build a gallery. My bad. Launch viewer. So now we have a spiral on the screen. If I click the, you can see the subliminals potentially coming up. They're pretty subtle. And they like say submit, relax, mindless, etc. And then you can click through to like cycle through different ones, or you should be able to. Sometimes I'm like the bug finder on this site. Let's do centered. Here's another one. I love these ones that are like a little bit more three-dimensional, where you're going through a tunnel. Like that can really get me going. And a hypnotic screen is just great because you can incorporate it into so many kinds of hypno play. Like you can be hypnotizing the person in real life and have spirals on the screen near them. You can have a spare monitor with a spiral on it while you're trying to like do some coding or something and just keep yourself pleasantly distracted. Parasitized Puppet says, I like hypnotic screen when it feels inescapable, like every screen around you is hypnotic. Yes. Oh, so good. So I love hypnotic screen. It's great. It can be really hot and good. I've done so many like long sessions watching spirals on a screen. Like I live for them. Like again, essential shit. So I'm gonna put that on A tier. That's kind of like the rapidly becoming the like foundations of good hypno kink shit tier for me. And then God tier is just like stuff that makes me super horny specifically. Love hypnotic screen. Brainwashing. God tier. God tier. Now, what makes brainwashing separate from hypnosis? A brainwashing approach is all about overload and intensity and repetition. So a hypnosis file might be something like a lot like a guided meditation where a voice is telling you to relax and visualize yourself walking through some space, etc. It might have some other kind of structure. It might be more conversational, where the hypnotist is asking you what you're feeling, or asking you to share a memory or to experience a sensation. There's a lot of things that hypnosis can broadly be, and it can be of a more relaxing sort. Brainwashing is like, you are a drone, you're not a person, It's like very repetitive. Usually it's associated with flashing images, really repetitive music, really technological kind of oriented, glitchy musics and sounds, reinforcing mantras, overloading you. Again, I'm really into the tech stuff. I'm really into the drone stuff and robot stuff. So a lot of brainwashing stuff is very like, one of my favorites is just this really repetitive track, really brain scrambly, and it's like, you are a fuck doll, fuck dolls obey, you are nothing, you think nothing, you are programmed to be an obedient slave. Whenever you hear the word fuck doll, you'll instantly become an obedient slave. And it's like in this really artificial voice. There's moaning and glitchy sounds. It's associated usually paired with a really bright flashing gift that's like, you're a drone, and it's just like it's supposed to be like no space for other thoughts. We can even kind of contrast like a hypnotic spiral versus a more brainwashy spiral. So this is more of a hypnotic spiral. It's very relaxing and pretty and calming. And this one is a brainwashing spiral. It's flashing, it's overloading your senses. And I won't even keep on it too long because I know it's going to be too much for people. So I love brainwashing. It gets me. We love each other, so that's God tier. Sleep trigger. Classic. It's just, there's a countdown and I tell you to go to sleep. Or I'm bringing the pen light to your eyes and then I get really close to your eyes. You're relaxed, your eyes are unfocused, and I tell you to sleep. It's obviously a metaphor for trance, sleep versus wake, but it hits. Being told to go to sleep hits. Love it. It's just like, and sleep, those words, like you're gone, you're out. It's great. I can't imagine not having it. Yeah, migraine machine, I'm sorry. That's true. Hypnotic visor. This is just another method of getting your spirals or your programming on someone. Just lock a visor or a VR headset. Do we have VR as well? Oh my god, there's so many of these left. And then you just fucking blast them with the hypnotic shit. I'm assuming this is the same as like VR. I love a visor because you can't see anything else. And it's like a blindfold at the same time. They can't see their surroundings and all they can see is spiral. Love it. This absolutely could be sex therapeutic for autists. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It makes you, like, I love hypnosis for so many reasons, but like it helps you relax and like put off the, like, I'm not masked when I'm in a trance, like I don't have to perform. I don't have to think about whether I'm doing the right thing or worry about social expectations. I don't have to think about anything. And I can be more in tune with my body. I usually can be more honest if I'm asked something in a trance. I usually know what I feel more. Yeah, it's very therapeutic for autists. Stage hypnosis shit tier. Bark like a chicken, cluck like a chicken, do a little corny like striptease dance at a fucking like college party. No, it's just not sexy to me. I don't like stage hypnosis at all. It's whack. I just don't like it. It's just not personally for me. I just feel that it is like a cheap version of the thing that I like. The only thing that's hot about stage hypnosis is when somebody holds on to the trigger after the show's over and you can fuck with them. Like, I like that as a trope. That's hot. Cocknosis. Oh god. God tier. It's God tier to me. Cocknosis is just focus on somebody's cock back and forth. There's a porn that I love where this girl in an Elsa costume, for some reason, is being hypnotized with a guy's cock going back and forth. So there's a hypnotist and then there's a guy with a big dick that she's watching the dick and he's telling her like, you're starting over, you're going to forget your old life, you're going to forget all the old words that you used to know, just focus on the cock until you're in a trance. And then like they tell her that her name is like, I think whore, and that the guy with the dick name is teacher and the guy leading the hypnosis name is master, and like she doesn't have any other words and like slowly they're teaching her other words like punish or like suck and like fuck and stuff like that. But the point is there's a cock focus induction and I love it. I love a cocknosis. I love dick, so like it's two great things that go great together. Love it. If you combine it with a little bit of like sucking dick and like that also hypnotizes you, it's so fun. I love it. Titnosis. Oh, this is where I'm a failure at bisexuality because I don't care. I don't care about tits. I'm sorry. I don't know. Like May Valence just said, cocknosis is silly but fun. To me, cocknosis is deadly serious because I've done it. I like it. It's cool. Tits I can just kind of take or leave. Like, there's a lot of titnosis stuff out there that's like, you know, rubbing your own tits makes you go into a trance, or watching these tits swinging back and forth makes you go into a trance. And I've consumed a lot of it, and it just doesn't. I just don't. I don't have any issue with tits. I like little small perky ones. Yeah, there's assnosis. I've done assnosis, especially in latex. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know. Like, tits swinging just does not hypnotize me. Maybe I need to try harder, because I'm not like dysphoric by tits or anything. I'm just like, okay, that's whatever. You just got this extra shit on you. Like, if you like it, I love it. You know what I mean? But like, tits are just some extra shit on you to me. I would do it. Especially if like somebody had some like sexy little nipple rings to focus on. But like a tit by itself is just, it's just whatever. Possession. Oh my god. Possession I love. I, for years, have wanted to have sex in a graveyard as part of like a sex magic ritual and get possessed by a ghost. Let me real quick see if I can find this amazing possession artist. Listen to the demons. They no longer are active. I think I can probably show this one because it's just animated tits. Oh, it's really fuzzy though. That might make it okay to show. Okay, I'll show this one because it's not too explicit. This is Listen to the Demons. They made all of this really cute possession-themed hypno art. With these ghosts, these little slimy ghost people are like pulling at this lady's underpants and like going into her brain and stuff. It's so cute. So cute. Let me see if I can find another one. And then she went on to become kind of more of a vanilla comic artist, which is great. But I lived for this shit so much. Oh, this one's okay. This one's safe for work, and it's gorgeous. So the ghost is kind of wrapping itself around her body, and then it goes into her brain, and she gets spiral eyes. And then she's blinking out of it, and now here she is going back into it. Ooh. So good. I love possession. I have one kind of casual hypno play partner who they're really into possession, and the plan next time we're together with me and them and their pet, they want to basically have their pet possess me. So like then their pet is in charge of my body and what I do. And like anything that happens to them, I feel, or vice versa. I love it. Love it, love it. Hypnotic gas. Am I sharing? Yeah. This is what you imagine. You know, you're hooked up to like a, you know, a dental chair. There's some kind of drug that's overpowering you and making you weak and sick, and obedient and drifty. I love Intox. I'm gonna put it B tier. I think it's great. It's fun. I want to know more about what effect the gas is having before I'm totally like, yes, horny for it. But it's great. We love hypnotic gas. Turn off my screen share here. Like, there's some that are like bimbo gas. And like, it's like, I like that fine, but I like it when it's more of like an Intox vibe than anything else. Jokerification hypno. Yeah, it can turn you into anything. Yeah. It's good. It's versatile. If it's not too like pheromone-y, I'm pretty into it. There's a lot of like bimbo stuff that's about inhaling this like pink gas that makes you stupid. Oh, Lamia Naga mythology. Yes. Okay. So the next one is instant loss. This one is just like kind of a rapid induction thing. Like the idea is like you can't resist it. You immediately lose. You know, it can be like just 4 taps on your forehead and you're out. Really rapid induction kind of stuff. I'm sure there's also rapid induction in here, like a handshake induction where they like shake your hand and pull you down. But you know, the idea is just they got you right away. I think it's fine. I think it's really nice when you have a trigger that works instantly because of like lots of hardcore programming. But I like the seduction a little bit. I like the process. So I'm gonna kind of give it a solid mid tier. It's fine. It's good. It's especially good when it's a sign of how much progress you've made in hypnotizing someone. Resistance. I don't care about resistance. Like, I mean, there's some resistance games that are kind of fun because then you drop so much harder once you stop resisting. But like, I'm a good thing. I usually like to do it and not resist. Like, I like themes of you can't resist. You can't help but give in. But whenever somebody challenges me to resist, I'm like, but I don't wanna. I wanna be hypnotized. That's why I'm here. So I'm gonna give it... is it mid-tier? I'm gonna give it mid-tier because I think resistance in like a hypnosis fic is hot. Watching someone resist and be conquered is good. At Beguiled, I did this like hypnosis head patting competition where you just sit down against someone and all you're allowed to do is just like rub their hair or their like their head, like pet their head or play with their hair and look them in the eye. And it's a 1v1, you know, PvP, and the first person to drop loses. And like that was fun. Resisting was fun. Like I wanted to win in those cases, and it was fun when it was like, whoa, this is tough. So I'm not anti-resistance, but it's not the sexiest thing to me. I like to give in. It's when they stop resisting that it's sexy. Covert hypnosis. This is, you know, sneaking the hypnosis in. The person doesn't know they're being hypnotized, or maybe they've consented to it in advance, and now you're going to surprise them with it, like they've consented to be surprised, or it's like CNC. Consensual non-consent. That kind of thing. Or in a fiction, it could just be NC, right? Non-consensual. It's cool. It's hot. I love the idea of it just taking over without somebody knowing. I really love a conversational induction where like you're just listening to someone and they're just really charming and you're like wrapped up in what they're doing and you don't even know that you're hypnotized. I think that's very hot. So I'm going to give that a solid B tier. It's great. Ka. Foundational. One of the important hypno kink roots for a great many people, like my age and older. Ka from the Jungle Book. Hypno eyes. Spiral eyes. It's not my favorite. It's not the hottest thing in the world to me, but she's grandma, you know. We love grandma. Like she's essential to the community and a big influence. So I have not. When I watched The Jungle Book as a kid, I thought it was hot when he's like seducing Mowgli. So it's fun. But it's not my biggest favorite. Like the spiral eyes for Ka are like these yellow and blue cartoony spiral eyes that I personally don't find the sexiest. And like a lot of the Ka hypno art is just he like goes around you and crushes you. And like I like the Ka porn where he's like fucking you with his like snake tail, or like he eats you or like kills you or something like that. It doesn't quite go far enough for me usually. So I'm gonna give it D tier. This feels unfair though. I'm gonna give it C tier. Mid tier. Again, she's grandma. We love her. We'd be nowhere without her. But she's not the hottest. It kind of depends on how it's done. Now, a lamia or a naga. Serpent creatures. Those are hot. And there's a lot of good art of those. Eating people, crushing people. I love Lamia hypnosis art where they have 2 subs hypnotized, and those 2 subs are like riding on the snake tail and like making out with each other, or like both getting fucked by tentacles and just drooling everywhere. I'm gonna give that a solid B tier. Zombie walk. Exactly what it sounds like, making the person put their arms in front of them and walk like this. Nah. It doesn't do that much for me. It's fine. It's not that sexy to me by itself. So I'm going to give it D tier. Freeze. This is just a hypnotic command. You just tell the person to freeze in place. It works. It works. I've been frozen in place plenty of times. Either like had a body part frozen and stuck to something. That's more like stick on, I guess, kind of. But like, or frozen in place, or I've been frozen with that partner I was just talking about. I was on a video call with them a few weeks ago where I was a frozen statue while they were like blowing their pet, and me as a frozen statue was projected on a screen in their house through the Discord call, and they were just watching me and like getting off to my body while they were like fucking or whatever. And I liked being a little sexy statue and an object. It's fun. Freezing purely by itself isn't my favorite, but what you do with it can be fun. So I'm gonna give it a B tier. I'm never mad or disappointed if somebody's having me freeze. I did a lot of being frozen in place as a drone at Beguiled, and it's good. It's fun. I like being frozen and then being told, like, you know, you're going to orgasm or you're going to feel this sensation, but you're not going to feel it until you're unfrozen. Like, your body is just absorbing it, and it's, like, building and building, and then it lets go. I like, you know, your mind is frozen while you're frozen, and you're, like, again, like a statue or an object. It's great. Act like a chicken, shit tier. I already said. It's stage hypnosis. It's not like a cute, fun kind of pet play to me. I don't fuck with it. It's just not hot to me. I'll be a dog or a kitty cat or whatever all day. I don't want, like, being a chicken stupid. It's just not hot to me. Lobotomy. God tier. I like hypnosis tropes that are close to, like, brain death and ego death as much as possible. And so the idea that, like, your brain has been excised, you are never going to function again the same way that you did, like this fucked up, like, ableist medical aspect where it's like you're being destroyed against your will. Love her. It's fucked up. It's dark. I love, like, permanent changes stuff, and that's part of why I've sometimes, in pursuit of that, gotten myself into some dicey situations. It's great. I love lobotomy. Similarly, Starro. So this is a villain, a DC villain, an alien that, a mind control alien that pierces through the front of your brain, killing you instantly and takes over your body. If you've seen Suicide Squad, then you know Starro. The good Suicide Squad. And so it takes over your whole body and brain and makes you into part of its, like, hive mind. And what I love about Starro is that it kills the person. Like, it destroys their brain. It has these teeth on the underside of the star, and when it attaches to you, it kills you and takes over your body. So again, very, like, death, zombie stuff. And there is some really good Starro porn out there. Let me see if I can find something that I can show. Starro mind control porn. Just normal things to Google search. Oh, okay. Here's one that's not nudity or whatever. On AI comes sluts, rule34.com. Starro lives, Starro lives, Starro needs new slave girls, we will all be Starro. And it's just like taking them over and attaching to their bodies. I love it because it's dark and fucked up. We love Starro. So, Starro, God tier. Goddamn. Okay, I gotta start moving through these more quickly because there's so many. Fractionation. Fractionation is the hypnotic process of bringing somebody up and down a lot. It makes it confusing for you whether you are up or down, awake or asleep, and it gets you kind of just all kind of dizzy and confused and suggestible. If you use fractionation right, you can get the person down deeper into trance with each drop, and really fuck with their sense of reality. And it can be simple as having a trigger, like up, down, whatever. It can be, with music, and when like a certain tone plays their up and when a different tone plays their down. You can have a spiral on and they're hypnotized when the spiral's on and awake when it's off. It's all about just bringing a person up and down rapidly, like a yo-yo. It's awesome. Fractionation is super hot to watch. It really fucks a person up. I love seeing like somebody's eyes go like up and like back and like up and back as they're being fractionated. Fractionation, my beloved. Yes. Parasitized, you get it. Corruption. Corruption kink is usually having to do with like a demon or you being made worse in some way. So it can be like you're becoming more slutty and evil. You're being made to violate your values. You're being possessed by a demon or seduced. Maybe you're fucked by a some kind of like seducer demon type, and giving up your soul, or you sold your soul to the devil and now you're like the devil's sex slave or something like that. It's all about getting worse and not being able to resist. I like corruption. It's not my number one. I think because there's like the morality piece in it is like not something I fully buy into. Like I don't really, a lot of times when people do corruption stuff, it's like, oh, you're getting so horny because you're so evil. And it's like, I don't believe that. I don't buy into that. But I like it. I like the demon possession aspect. I like the like succubus or incubus aspect of it. So I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna give it a solid B tier. I like it. I'm never mad when it comes up. It's just not my number one baby girl. Voodoo doll. What it sounds like: some object is made into a symbol of you, and you feel what is done to that voodoo doll happening to you. It's fine. It's fine. It depends on how you use it. I'm gonna put it on mid tier. I'd almost always rather be manipulated like through another person, like feeling what another person is feeling, like losing my sense of self and grafting it onto the other person. But it's fun. It's objectifying. You can do some fun stuff with it. Making somebody feel something from halfway across the room or halfway across the planet. Findom. I'm sorry, it's shit tier. I don't like financial domination. I don't like being asked to give people money unless I'm just paying for their services as a sex worker or buying their content as a sex worker, which is a good thing to do. But personally, I don't find having to give money away to be terribly erotic, because I've already, that's just called having a boyfriend sometimes. It's just not hot to me. It's just money complicates relationships, and playing with that in a kinky way is not my thing at all, in either direction. Just not for me. God bless all the sex workers out there making a bundle doing findom. Not me though. Parasite, God tier. The Yerks. This is one of my number one hypno kink roots are the Yerks, these brain control parasite worms that crawl into people's ears and transform them into something called a controller, which is just a living being that's being controlled by a Yerk. One of my first serious hypnodoms was really into alien parasites, and had like these little silicone alien parasite things that you could like insert into, your vagina or ass or whatever, as long as you had like a rope or a base to pull it out. Hot as fuck. Like them taking over and possessing your body, controlling your neurons. crawling in your ear. Fuck yeah. Love it. Accidental hypnosis is what it sounds like. Just somebody like sees something repetitive or spirally, and it just, or maybe they're just witnessing another person get hypnotized and they accidentally get hypnotized. I think that's pretty hot. It's the one element of stage hypnosis I sometimes do find hot, is if someone in the audience is just, they weren't even selected to participate in the event and they just knock out. I think if it happens to someone in real life and they really don't know like what the fuck's going on, I think that's really hot. I'm gonna give it B tier. I don't know, I just like it. It just makes it feel more real, right? If it's accidental, then it's not a game you're role playing, which makes it feel more real. So I think that's hot. Finger snap. I'm not good at finger snaps, but classic. You often have it paired with a countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, sleep. Often paired with a sleep trigger or fractionation. Up, down, snapping, just as a way. I'm not good at it, but just as a way to trigger, or reinforce something. Sometimes people use snaps as like you're deeper, 10 times deeper, 3 times deeper, whatever. I'm gonna put her. Is she in the classic queen section? She is kind of a classic queen. Yeah, I'll put her in the classic queen. Finger snap, we love her, we need her. I kind of want to bring her down a little bit because I don't love her as much as Countdown and Crystal and Sleep. But they all go together. They love each other. So I don't want to separate these girls. It's probably because I'm just not a good finger snapper. With my little hypermobile ass. But where would we be without her? We'd be nowhere without finger snap. Dronification, god tier. You already fucking know. Dronification is a form of robotification. It is about becoming a featureless, anonymous, maybe an automaton, so you can be programmed to execute tasks, and then you will execute those tasks without being monitored. You are replaceable. You are indistinguishable from any of the other drones. You lose your identity. It's usually associated with a very slick latex black look with a helmet. The most famous group is HexCorp, which is a dronification collective that's very trans femme led, though other people can be in it too. That they have really iconic black reflective helmets with cat ears on them and latex outfits. And HexCorp, you can like join. Here's some examples of like some rules for drones. A drone never speaks in the first person. This unit, da-da-da-da-da. A drone will use its pronouns. A drone is referred to by its ID directly. It is spoken to as an object, as this is simply how it exists. A drone will make sure all its sentences are properly capitalized with correct spelling and grammar. A drone will always be clear in its communications. A drone will always refer to its owner or the hive mistress by their title. A drone will speak emotionlessly, indifferently, and robotically. I'm a little out of practice on my drone voice, but I used to make a lot of dronification files on SoundCloud. So I love drone. It's like robot but sexier. I've had some drone play scenes. I love being in a room with a ton of drones. I love drones like all just lined up, all in their black outfits, where you forget where you end and the other one begins, and you're like all watching a spiral together, or being a big writhing pile, getting each other off. I love doing tasks as a drone. I love just standing guard as a drone, being on patrol as a drone. I love drone. I love the aesthetic. I love being it. It's so hot. It's one of my number one things. Forever. Is having trouble snapping fingers a hypermobility thing? Yeah, probably. I mean, it's joints, baby. So I think being bad at snapping fingers is probably a hypermobile thing. Darth Zarek says, Hypno Kink makes me feel comparatively vanilla. Nobody's vanilla here. If you're here for these conversations, you ain't vanilla. Sex is whatever you want it to be, and that, you're not boring or lesser if you're not into this stuff. Just different. Yeah, drone. I love drone. And I'm going to get to do some cool drone stuff at Charmed Hypnosis Con next month. Yay! I'm going to be a drone for a whole day, sleeping in someone's closet, except for when they summon me. Basically, it's for like a Shabbat service, like in a hotel room, and like anytime somebody needs something, I'm going to be summoned, and I like can go to their room to pick something up or fetch people water and stuff. And otherwise, I'll just be drone mode in the closet. I'm so excited. Hypnotized to undress. It's boring. Well, I'll put it middle. Everybody does this. It's like the number one thing people do. You get in like a hypno porn. You drop someone, you make them show you their titties or whatever. This is the asexual in me. But like, oh, it's a pussy. Who cares? Like, it's like whatever. Like, nudity is fine. I like the vulnerability of nudity, and that it's like now you're free to be used and you're less human. You have less individuality. You're more animal. You're more available. I'm actually, as I'm saying this, convincing myself to move it up one. Maybe. But, like, undressing by itself. Like, ooh, I'm looking at your dick because I asked you to take your panties off. It's like, oh, whatever. Whatever. They already wanted to do that, you know? It's just whatever. It doesn't just, you know, just looking at somebody's body doesn't do anything for me. But the undressing, the laying themselves bare is nice. I just as much want to be undressed as to undress. It's just whatever. That's just me. Hypnotized to masturbate, same thing. Like, they probably wanted to do it anyway. Like, I am more into hypno that's about being a useful object for other people. So, like, ooh, you're hypnotized. Ooh, I want you to make yourself feel good. It's like, I could have just done that at home. If I wanted to masturbate, I'd be masturbating at home. You know? That's my feeling. Hypnotized to have sex, on the other hand. God tier. God tier. Hypnotize me to be your fuck sleeve, and I'm in it. That's what I'm here for. Being in a hypnotic trance and being fucked, being hypnotized to top, being hypnotized to just lay there, like whatever. Being hypnotized to suck dick, to eat someone out, to whatever sex is for that person. Especially if it's giving gratification to the other person. I love hypnotized to have sex. Get into it. Drinking off, whack. Getting fucked, love. Bimbofication. Many of you are probably familiar by now with what that is, but bimbofication is generally a form of brainwashing designed to make someone more feminine, more airheaded or stupid. Could be more physically weak sometimes. That's a big part of Bambi's sleep. Bimbofication could be about dressing in pink or getting blonde highlights or dressing sluttier or no longer having practical life concerns. Those are all really common things in bimbo. I used to find bimbo kind of dysphoria triggering, but now that because I used to kind of like, I was a curvy blonde girl and I didn't want to be. So like being told you're going to become more of a curvy blonde girl was not my mission. Not my ministry. But over time, now that I'm not that, and I'm kind of embracing my feminine side in my own way, I like bimbo just fine. I take what I can. I take what I like from it, and I leave what I don't. You know, like I don't care about the pink. I don't care about the blonde. But if it's like you are like a dumb, slutty, horny, brainless thing who exists to like serve and get fucked, obviously love that. Let me show you Bambi Sleep, the iconic bimbofication files. I'm going to play just the smallest sample of these because these files pack a punch. The Bambi Sleep files are a playlist of hypnosis files that are designed to create a bimbo altar inside of you that like takes over, and she has less muscle tone. She loves sucking dick. She's a mindless cock zombie. She's pink. She has cotton candy for brains, and her name is Bambi, and she takes over your life. And they're really intense files. I've listened to them a ton. I still don't remember almost any of them, even though I've listened to them a ton. They are like shockingly effective hypnosis files. They are like some of the best engineered brain scrambly hypnosis files I've ever heard. And there's a lot of like mystery and intrigue wrapped up around them. You really have to play safe with them because some people do say they get addicted. And how much of that is somebody jerking off while they're saying they got so addicted? It's some of it. But as I already spoke about, these files have been used and implicated in abuse. So you really, this is varsity level stuff. I know a lot of experienced hypno players who won't even use it because they're afraid that it's gonna drive them crazy. So let's take a very small test of just what it sounds like to start. So it starts out completely quiet. Now you might hear kind of like a almost like UFO woo 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 sound. And it goes on like that for a really long time. Enough that like you really get a really strong association with it if you listen to it a lot. And this bubble induction is basically they put you in a bubble.
Bimbo doll.
Bimbo
All
doll.
right. Just make yourself comfortable and listen to my voice now. Just separate your hands and let them lie loosely in your lap or by your side, if that's more comfortable. It's better if your legs are uncrossed. But it doesn't matter if you feel you need to move just slightly, now and again. You don't have to be absolutely still. Just be comfortable and relax the whole body as much as you can. Now I want you to take a deep breath and hold it for a moment before breathing out slowly, just allowing your whole body to relax as you do so. And I want you to just keep listening quietly to the sound of my voice. You'll be aware of those other sounds too. Sounds inside the building. Sounds from outside. Maybe passing traffic. But these won't disturb you. In fact, they'll help to relax you. Because just for now, the world outside is absolutely unimportant to you. The only sound you are interested in is the sound of my voice in your head. And while you are listening to the sound of my voice, I want you to concentrate for a moment on your breathing.
So it starts out with a pretty generic induction of like relaxation, and then it puts you in this pink bubble, and then all of your thoughts go into the bubble and get popped, and that happens a bunch of times. And then a bunch of shit happens. Usually I'm like gone before this 17-minute file is in the playlist is done. If I'm like laying down, listening to it locked in. There's a crazy amount of stuff in here. Part of what makes Bambi sleep so dangerous is that you amnesia out usually. It's just really well engineered if you got the headphones on and you're locked into it. Birdie Bit says, never got the ASMR feeling on purpose before. Yeah, this one really gets the tingles going, especially if you lock in. And it really says things like you're destroying your old self. Bambi is more powerful than you. She takes over. If you wear your Bambi uniform, whether that's a collar or a bow or whatever you associate with Bambi, she's in control. Like that you will keep listening to the files over and over. Like there's really intense suggestions in there, and there's no wake up afterward that like removes that programming. And so it's not very safe if you don't already have like safeties in place, where you can kind of disregard things that are bad for you. So it's dark. Like sometimes I'll kind of come up and like get little snippets of things like Bambi attitude lock or Bambi takeover. And like I'll just hear like one line and it'll be some insane shit about like just how you're like a mindless cock zombie forever, and you're like, whoa, this is fucked up, which is horny. So because Bambi sleep is so good, and because Bimbo is something that over time I've come to really see the value in, I'm gonna put it in a solid B tier. Some Bimbo is amazing. Some of it's not for me because it's just too feminized California white girl, which is not my thing. Dollification is all about becoming an object. A doll You exist to be played with, to please other people. You are made to be dressed up and displayed. You can maybe be destroyed, or thrown away. You're not a person. You don't have control over your movement. You could be either robotic or a static object. You're probably empty-headed. You're probably weak. You're probably cute. Uh, and uh, and you can be both beloved and, a dog's chew toy, right? You can do whatever you want with dollification. You can be an action figure, and be into dollification. It's a really flexible form of objectification. You can combine it with age play, right? You can have a person who's a child and you could be their dolly, or you can combine it with pet play. You can have a person who's a dog and you're their chew toy. You can be part of a collection of identical dolls. You can be frozen in place or posed. You can be kept on display in a case. You can be thrown away. You can be loved and then discarded like Jessie in Toy Story 2. It's hot. I'm going to give it a solid A. It's not my number one thing, but it ticks a lot of boxes for me of objectification and diminishment, not being a person. And it's sweet. And a lot of dolls are hot. Like, I'm for the dolls. A lot of the people who are into dollification are like trans women and like trans people, especially. It's a very trans woman centered hypno kink. And there's a lot of like, I've seen a lot of hot dollification play, and like I know like a dominant doll who like you can be puppeted. I like that. I want to get with the dolls. I fuck with the dollification dolls like so hard. It's hot. I love it. Dolls at me. I love you. It's great. Hypnotic dance. This is using physicality to either make yourself induce a hypnotic state or induce it on someone, or you're hypnotizing someone and then you're making them dance to entertain you. I've had some fun experiences with it. I've had some fun like hypno involved like lap dances that I've received that were very transfixing and really fun. So I'm going to give it a solid B tier. It's fun. It's not my primary thing, but I think there's a lot of potential for physicality in it, and it's cool. Closet Demon says, learning things about myself. Yes, please. Yes, if you're watching this and you're like, wait a second, I might be into this thing, or if you have questions, hit me with it, because I love to evangelize for this stuff. Act like a robot. Moving stiffly, precisely, artificially, speaking robotically. And there's many different types of robots, right? So you can go with a kind of smooth android, or you can go with more chunky, classic, retro future robot. I like the more modern, fluid kind of robot, more android than strictly robot, but I do really like robotification. It's one of my things. It's an unmasking thing. Like, autistic people get accused of being robots. Okay, fuck it, I'm a robot, Like, I don't need to emote anymore. And I took robotification really far, almost too far. So now I am more in the drone kind of space. I like that more than strictly robot, but like robot is so good. So I'm gonna give it a solid. I think these days it's B tier for me. Really good. Always happy to do it. Great. Catalepsy. That is just going slack. Falling over, falling flat. A tier. It's a sign of pretty deep hypnosis. It feels good. It's it's fucked up. It's very like somnophilia-esque or drugging-esque. Like the person's knocked out and you're moving them around. It feels very real. Like if somebody is in a state of catalepsy, you're like, oh yeah, they are not just humoring me and playing along. They are down, and now I can do whatever I want with their body, which is hot. So that's an A tier for me. Altered common sense. I like this. I like the brainwashing, gaslighting aspect of it, where you can get someone thinking in a completely different way, where they think that what they're saying is intuitive, and it's not anymore. It's great. It's like very good like cult recruitment shit, which I also like. So A tier. Closet Demon says, was cooking. So I didn't talk, but when you were talking about brainwashing, I remembered my childhood Winter Soldier obsession. The irony of anti-Soviet propaganda is I want Soviets to brainwash me now. Yay, brainwash me into reading theory, please. Yes. Yes, yes. Brain drain IQ drop. It's... What is IQ? You know what I mean? I like getting stupid, especially in like puppy play. But like sometimes when it's too IQ focused, it's a little... it brings me out of it because I'm like, what is IQ's racist? You know, like what does it mean to have a lower IQ? What does having a lower IQ feel like? You know? But like getting stupid, I do like. Hi, DJ Ondion. Yeah, you can watch the full VOD later. We're just wrapping up slowly this Hypno Kink tier list. I'm going to give Brain Drain, IQ Drop, like, oh, fuck, it's tough. I'm going to give it a solid B tier, just above mid tier, because I do like get crazy, get stupid with it. I don't like the IQ implications. But if it's like you can't think, you don't remember how to do things, things are harder, you can't think at thinking, you know, that's fun. Brain injection. Oh, fuck me up. Fuck me up. This can be like there's putting a chip in your brain with an injection or a chemical. Maybe the chemical is going to rot away your brain or liquefy it with acid. Maybe it's going to just course through your brain and take it over. Love her. I love the medical stuff. I love how invasive and violent it is and like potentially permanent. Yeah. Hypnotic magic. In like a fiction, it's good. But to me, I like things that feel more grounded in reality. I want hypnosis to be real. For some reason, the tech stuff is easier for me to suspend my disbelief and feel like it could be real. Like an app that controls your brain or getting hacked for some reason feels to me like it could be real someday. But magic doesn't feel as real to me. Even though I've done like spells and shit before. Like it feels more like fantasy. So I think there's room for it to be fun, but hypnotic magic is not as sexy to me per se. Yeah, I need more non-IQ centric hypno that makes me think less. Yeah, I'm with you, parasitized puppet. I like, you're a puppy. You're confused. You're high. You're intoxicated. You can't think. You don't want to think. You don't know. You can forget things. Amnesia play. IQ drop is fucked up to me. I almost said IQ drop is stupid, but that's not helpful. It's just, yeah, it just brings me out of it because now I'm thinking about IQ testing and shit. Puppet play. Oh, love her. We love her. I'm gonna put her up here. I'm gonna put her right next to dollification because they're besties. Being controlled, dangled, loose. Add a little cataplexy in there. Eyes rolling. Obviously, you don't have to be a puppet on a literal string. You could have somebody put their hand in you and puppet you like a Muppet. Like that one during Electrosong. Fuck it, shove your hand up at me like a Muppet or a puppet. Being controlled with programming. Drones and puppets and dolls are all kind of in the same wheelhouse, and I love them. Cat has questions, says, for the first time I don't know what to even ask. I'm still shocked by being surrounded with this much honesty. Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. We are just trying to be fully ourselves here and put ourselves out there. Like I have nothing to lose from talking about this stuff. I am on the erotic hypnosis Wikipedia as a notable person who's into erotic hypnosis. I've written about it. I have it tattooed in a visible place on my body. I have had a successful enough career where I can be a freak in public and I'll be okay. And it's been life-saving for me. And I really want to normalize kink and sex and taboo shit. And I love talking about this shit. So, I try to model the honesty I want to see in the world. Puppet play is the yummiest shit ever. I love being called a puppet. Ugh. Ugh. It's fucking hot. Hypnotized to be a cheerleader. No. No, I'm gonna put that on shit tier, actually. It's like the worst aspects of bimbo. Like, ew. I like being blank and obedient. I don't like being like, rah, rah, I don't know. Hypnotized to be a maid. I like it. B tier. Service. Service drone. If you're a maid drone, even better. I'll wear the stupid outfit. It doesn't do anything for me, but I'll wear it. I like doing service. I like cleaning. I like organizing things for people. I like being sent on a task. I'll just do that. Like, we don't even need to have sex. Just tell me to clean your fucking house, but make it horny enough and objectifying enough, and I'm in it, baby. So, hypnotized to be a maid, love it. Servant, great. Take or lose the uniform, but, you know, a little objectifying, sexy, degrading uniform, fine. Just maybe add a drone helmet, and I'll be really happy. Realizing how many of our altars could fall under these ification states. Already have these states built in to our brain. No hypno needed. There's a lot of similarities, I think, between switching altars, fronting, and entering different hypnotized personas. I have like a whole room, like, so I have this like staircase I can go down, and there's a room with a bunch of like hypnotic altars. There's like a corruption demon self. There's a like controlled by an alien parasite self, and they have like names and traits, and they have their own triggers and stuff. And that was all hypnotically created with a dom, but it's similar to being a system. It's just artificially created. And same thing with when I was really hardcore doing robotification and dronification stuff. I had like a drone self that would activate and was a separate person from me and could pretend to be me if needed. So I would sometimes be my robot self like at work or like just like doing like rote work tasks or something like that, running errands or whatever. But I could simulate a actual Devin conversation while being that robot self. And I did that, and since I could do it, I would just be in robot mode for like a week straight, and then I went a little crazy from that, and I had to stop because it was too much. It was not healthy. Hypnotized to be a ballerina. This is not something I have experience with, but I see how it's kind of dollified. Putting on a performance. I think I like that you're like kind of I know ballerinas are actually very incredibly strong and athletic. I know that. But the tropes are like feminine, beautiful, lapidary display. Like if you were like a little ballerina inside a music box. Oh, I would love to be a little ballerina in a music box. Robot, doll, puppet, all those things at once. So I'm gonna say, you know, it's pretty cute. It's cute. I'm gonna give it a C tier, because there are aspects of it I would find challenging. But if it was like little doll in a music box, fuck me up with that. But if you need me to do some like Black Swan shit, that might be more tricky. Pet play, God tier. You already know. Maybe a big, dumb, stupid, drooling puppy, please. And there's so much good puppy play brainwashing stuff out there on like Twitter and Blue Sky that I can't show, where they have people hooked up into a cage. It's very gay male coded. There's a lot of really good pet play brainwashing that is by gay men, where they have you in a cage. Maybe they have some rods holding your neck in place so you can't move your head. Maybe you have a hypnosis visor on. You have like a milking machine just like jerking your dick off. Audio file that's like, puppies must bark. You're a good boy. Good boys obey. You know, really repetitive brainwashing track. And they just make them come over and over to that. And they're like in their puppy outfit with their mask and stuff. Or like lots of like puppy play, like dick sucking. Just like mindless service pet. Those rubber masks that look like a puppy, but it has like a dick sucking hole, and it's like all rubber and like dog ears. Oh my god, we love it. Hypnosis is a way to get you into your pup space. forgetting your human concerns, forgetting your humanity, moving more like a pet, thinking more like a pet. Amazing. Male Valence says, I wish I could be hypnotized to be a ballerina if it would magically imbue me with the skills of a ballerina. Right, yeah. When there's a hypnotic, like, alter or self, and you have to kind of pretend or act a little bit. Like, being a dog feels pretty intuitive to me, or like a creature, even though there are physically things you can't do that a dog could do. But, like, being a ballerina, I might be holding myself to that standard of, like, oh, wait, I'm not actually a ballerina. And so that might bring me out of it a little bit. But again, if it's like I'm just a spinning little doll in like a, within a pose in a music box, then I could do that. Closet Demon says, artificial systems are valid too. It's just whatever words you want to use for your experiences. Thank you. I've never had like so much support and lack of gatekeeping as I have from systems. Systems are like, yeah, you can be unified or not. You can tease apart different selves or find more if you want or not. Structure it however you want. Artificial or not, like it's so sweet. Like that does not feel like a community that has ever demanded that I like say if I am or am not. It's like, or like that people are or are not. It's like, well, fuck it. If this is useful to you, like do it. And just like a very generous community in speaking about their experiences. So systems, I love you. Thank you. I'm glad that this stuff has been helpful so far, Kat. Most people aren't up front, and they have a lot of reasons for that, but they're also scared. And I think, if I can help people feel a little bit more brave to be themselves or to explore, that's great. And I'm having fun doing it, It's like I do this because it's fun and freeing for me. And it's really cool when people who aren't even into this shit, like I am, like still get something out of it. Sleeping. I'm going to put that right up there with sleep trigger. I love somnophilia. I love, like you can sometimes use hypnosis to bring someone into actually a state of sleep. You have to be careful with it because you don't ever want to become like dependent on your hypnodom to help you get to sleep at night. But you can genuinely go to sleep via hypnosis. You can just have somebody in a trance that feels like sleep or dreaming. Sleep as a metaphor for trance is great. Being physically like you're asleep. Having sex with people who are asleep or hypnotized to sleep. It's great. Love it. Hypnotized to feel tickled. That's stupid. I don't know. Tickling isn't that exciting to me. The Nutcracker. I didn't even remember this until just now. I had a crush on the music box. Yeah, it's cute, right? Objectification, dollification. It's cute. Yeah, I don't know. I have a casual partner who likes tickling me, and like it's fine as a form of like torture, but I don't actually like it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't like the big reactions. I like blank. Sissy hypno. I'm sorry, I'm gonna give it shit tier. Well, wait. Let me think. Do I want a D tier or shit tier? I'm gonna put it on shit tier. It's just not for me. I like forced femme, but I think sissy has a particular connotation that I don't love. It's been an awakening point for a lot of trans femme people, for a lot of trans women. And there are even aspects of it that I can relate to as like transitioning in a more feminized direction. But when it's sissy, specifically, a lot of times it has racist stuff going on where you're like, you're just a slave for black cock and like all this like racist stuff that like, it's okay to do race play, but I don't feel comfortable with it. I don't like it. Like people can explore taboo ideas. It's fine. But like there's so much of it out there, and why is everybody so fixated on it? And, I don't like it. And like a lot of the tropes are like not validating of the feminine identity. It's like you're like, I don't know. If somebody identifies as a sissy or a crossdresser, like I think that's so valid, and I love them, and I think they are, they do need to be advocated for and deserve a lot of things. I just think like also it dabbles in a lot of transmisogynistic tropes, and I don't find it sexy personally. But I also know that a lot of trans women do, and that's fine. And I like joking about it, but it's not sexy to me. Hypnotized hypnotist. This is like some fun switch play. It can be two hypnotists going against each other and one hypnotizes the other. It can be I'm going to hypnotize you and then you're going to go hypnotize someone else, and that's part of your programming. It's fine. I'm not that switchy, so it's not my favorite. But it can be cool, especially when paired with dronification and something called serial recruitment. And the idea there is I've converted you into a mindless drone. Now, good drones make more drones. Good girls make more good girls. These are really common tropes in hypno. And so now you maybe have a spiral on your drone helmet and you're going to go after someone and grab them. Maybe another drone will hold the person in place while you're staring at them with the spiral, and you're both going to forcibly brainwash them into a drone, and then you'll put the helmet on them and then they'll go do it. I love that. That's dronification serial recruitment. Technically also hypnotized hypnotist. But hypnotized hypnotist by itself, nah, it's fine. It's okay. But I prefer if it has a little stank on it. Enemy conversion. Again, this is a little bit switch play, a little bit resistance play. The idea is you're warring against an enemy, and the enemy is converting you to their side. So it's a little corruption-y. It can be like I'm making you evil. It can be I'm converting you to my side and brainwashing you. There are hot examples of it. I'm thinking of like, I don't know, like Shigo and Kim Possible, them both getting hypnotized by Draken. So like Kim Possible is kind of being converted to like serving Draken or whatever. Or like, what's the one? Who's the cat girl from She-Ra when she kind of got brainwashed? And it's like kind of an abusive relationship metaphor. That's kind of cool. It depends on the execution. I'm going to give it mid-tier. It's fun, but it is a little bit like switch play and resistance play. So it has to have a little something else going on to make it interesting to me. Mantras. God tier. I love mantras. So what is a mantra? A mantra is a statement that that reinforces your programming. It's something you're supposed to believe or feel or focus on, that either you are writing down over and over again, repeating, maybe somebody says it to you and then you repeat it back. Maybe it's playing on an audio file over and over again, and it reinforces your programming. And mantra repetition has been a big core part of my hypnotic work. When I was really doing my hardcore robotification stuff, I had a ton of mantras, and I would record myself reading those mantras in a robotic voice, and then I would add like drony audio, like woo, you know, and buzzing and like hypnotic sounds, and listen to it over and over again, and I would have the mantras repeat in my mind. And so it would be things like, perfect drones are obedient. Perfect drones erase their humanity. Seek to improve self and programming. And like over and over again, I would have these things just playing in my head over and over. And I love it. It hits. It's so good. Perfect drones obey. Perfect drones delete thoughts. Perfect drones erase their humanity. Blah, blah, blah. Perfect drones imprint on their controller. And like, I like a hypnotic situation where like the hypnotist tells you something like, you know, you are a good drone, and then I have to repeat like I am a good drone, like in a hypnotized like voice. Hot as fuck. There is a website for practicing mantras called Write For Me, where you can assign writing tasks to your subs to reinforce their mantras. And I'm going to show an example that I made that's like not too horny. It's just like a demo. So it's on writeforme.org, and you can make your own tasks where you give a sub lines to practice and consequences. So this is for a con where the mantra is, I'm going to have a very fulfilling online con experience. I am going to have a very fulfilling online con experience. And I'm supposed to type it 10 times. And if I get one wrong, I get a penalty and I have to write more. And see here, I hit an enter on accident, so now I have to write more lines because I made 2 mistakes. Made another mistake. And on write for me, you can also program it. I added a subliminal there. Loosen your jaw. So you could add those to help reinforce programming. And this is great because a failure state just means you have to write this stuff more. And maybe you start making a ton of mistakes, and so then you start thinking, oh no, I'm really fuzzy-headed. I'm getting worse at this. I must be getting really hypnotized. Or you really get into a flow state and you start doing it really well, which also reinforces that you must be super hypnotized and reinforces the mantras. So either way, oh, loosen your jaw. You can program that to say whatever you want and to have it go off as often as you want. Oh no, I'm making lots of typos. I'm so hypnotized. But this would normally be a mantra like, I'm a good sub or whatever. So you see, I'm supposed to write 10, but I've made so many mistakes that I still have 9 left to write. And it'll also time you, and it'll, if you set it up for a sub, it'll send parts in detention hypnosis. It'll send your progress to the person who created the task if they want to see it. So I used to, with my old Dom, like every time I made an error, I would start over again because I wanted to have it perfect, and it would tell on me to him. And I had no idea until he told me that like, oh, I've seen you restart this thing a bunch of times every day. You are now manually breathing. I wrote this a few months ago, so I forgot my joke. But you can imagine if this says something like, I am a good girl, I'm a good drone, I'm a dumb puppy, blah, blah, blah. It really hits. Here's an old one. Let's send a little surprise to my old Dom. Oh no, there's an access code. Damn, okay, I can't do it. But it looks like it was, a good slave does her homework every day to show her master how much she wants to play? Something like that. It was really fun. Bart Simpson detention hypno. That's so fucking funny. Oh. Yeah, so I love mantras. Mantras, I love you. That's my shit. Get me repeating or writing shit or listening to it being repeated, I'm done. Hypnotized to be a bunny girl. What? It's fine. I don't know. What's a bunny girl do? Is it like Playboy bunny or is it like I'm sniffing on the floor? I'm going to put it on C. That's rounding up because if being a bunny girl is your frozen in prey mode on the floor, I'm into it. If it's, ooh, I'm a little sexy Lola bunny, Playboy bunny, it's boring. Hypnotic eyes. God tier. You look in a person's eyes, they're a spiral. You can't look away. They take you over. Love it. Hypnotized to salute. It's boring. I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna give it D tier. I'm not. What am I? A troop? Yeah, I'll do it. Don't get me wrong. I'll do it. But what is this militaristic shit? I don't. Kai eyes. Not exciting. Ka spiral. I have very strong opinions about my spiral eyes, and the Ka eyes are too like goofy. Whitewash eyes, on the other hand. God tier. White, all white eyes. Ooh. The all white contacts. The idea that the person's just so brainwashed and gone or possessed. Love it. I love all white eyes. I love an eye roll. I love all white eyes. That's my secret. I'm always manually breathing. That's funny. Hypnotized into eating hay. I'd do that. Glowing eyes. Solid. Ooh, A tier. Many a good animated hypnosis scene in a show. Like Mewtwo in the clip I showed earlier. White eyes and a little bit of a glow. Love it. Love glowing eyes. Either the glowing eyes of the hypnotist are boring into you, or you're hypnotized and possessed and your eyes are glowing. I had to do exercises to release my tongue root to help me breathe. Same. That's been a big part of my vocal lessons, is bringing the tongue up to the teeth and the roof of the mouth and out of that throat. So I used to talk like that, and like I need that shit out of there. Hands-free orgasm. HFO. The good old HFO. I've had many of these. They are real. Hands-free orgasm is real if you build it. What come on command is what I would prefer to call it. I love come on command. I think it's a really fun display of hypnotic power and hypnotic mindset. I've had it happen very subtly, where just like a dom will like text me during the day and be like, wherever you are, you're in the grocery store right now, I need you to quietly come right where you're standing. I've had it like in DS relationships, like during sex, where it's like nothing about me is being stimulated, but they tell me when to come and it just happens. I love HFO. I love come on command because I think it takes orgasm, which is normally a little bit for me like a pressure to perform that you're experiencing pleasure. The dialogue on here is distracting me. Sorry. Like I don't like my pleasure being centered during sex. Like that for me puts on a lot of pressure to perform pleasure. When I like, if I wanted to get off, I could just jerk off at home, as I've said before. I prefer to be used, and so I think what makes come on command or HFO so exciting is now it isn't about your pleasure. It's about I'm just making you come because it's going to make you wet and that's going to make you easier for me to use. Or I'm doing it like you're not in control of your body. Your body is betraying you. And it's not for you. It's you. It's a demonstration of you being controlled, and you don't have to pretend. Like I know that maybe sounds ironic because you're like, well, if it's a hands-free orgasm, isn't it pretend? And for me, the answer is no. Like I have definitely had like come on command where there are contractions inside the body, and you are like really wet, like immediately afterward or as a consequence, and like the other person can physically feel it if they're inside you, like it's real, and it's without like stimulation of what normally like would make me come or whatever, and it's easier like it's easier than somebody trying to like pleasure me into coming. It's like, no, you're just gonna come right now. I'm like kind of forcing this out of you, and like that to me is a lot less pressure than being expected to enjoy it. It's like, no, you're gonna come right now whether you want to or not, whether you like it or not, and that is very freeing, and it's for them, not you or not me. So I love HFO. Hugh cow or human cow. I'm sorry, I'm gonna put this on D tier, and the reason is lactation is really upsetting to me. Being milked is really upsetting to me. Can we see a kind of theme like tits and udders and stuff? It's just not my thing. So I like, oh, you're like a dumb beast of burden made to be bred, and you're gonna be in a barn eating hay. But there's a lot of milking in Hugh cow and a lot of pregnancy, and I don't super go for those. They mostly make me very dysphoric. So sorry, Hugh cow. I'm gonna put it on D. It's not a never, but it's a like, oh, we gotta tread lightly. Hypnotized to feel tied up. This is great. Hypno bondage. It's wonderful. No. I'll put it in B tier. Right with HFO. Hypno bondage is great. You put someone in the position you want. You tell them you can feel the ropes straining against their body. Changes their posture. Keep them like that. It's really fun. I've done it a lot. Some people in the community say hypnosis is kind of like sprinkles, like you can put it on top of any other kink to just add a little extra spice to it. Hypnotized to tweet. This This is not... What is that? Like... That's so funny. Like... I've seen some things that are like, oh, if this spiral worked on you, reblog this post and add, like, I'm a stupid slut slave or whatever. And people do it. It's a little corny sometimes, but sometimes it's real. Like, there'll be YouTube videos where, as a consequence of the hypnosis, you're supposed to, like, leave a comment or whatever. And that's kind of... That can be hot if it feels real, but I think it's... I think it's a little corny. I'm going to give it a D. No one should be tweeting, period. So I'm not going to say hypnotized to tweet. Don't want that. Oh. Text my homie. Going to an event in a little bit. Sorry, going to anime club later. A lot of get some cute texts. Okay. We got to get through this list. Go back to my YouTube chat. This happened to you, and that's why you post. Hypnotized to tweet since birth. This next one, Higure, I don't know what this is. Fake hypno fan. Let me look it up. Individuals who have been brainwashed and turned into loyal slaves or servants. It's a Japanese meme or fetish based on a scene from the Crayon Shin-chan movie. In it, an alien uses a mind control ray to force people into leotards. Closet Demon says, hands-free orgasm is like the first way I learned to get off. I don't know, I'm just built different. Oh my god, that's amazing. Cheers. Okay, wow. So here's an example of some content on this theme. It's Rouge the Bat in her leotard, pussy poppin', hypnotized, I guess. Okay, great. Yeah, here's, I guess, the anime. It's kind of a crude, kind of an ugly animation style. That is physiologically possible for people with internal arousal because your muscles can simulate with hands. It's true for everyone because it's contractions. You can have, like, basically Kegels. Like, you can Kegel no matter your anatomy. And you can have prostate orgasms, HFO, pretty much no matter your anatomy. If you can have contractions, which is a big part of the orgasm, you can HFO. Also, orgasm can also be mental. You can have an orgasm from nipple stimulation. You can have an orgasm from thinking about things. You know, like there are orgasms that are more mental or more whole body that people experience different ways, or from touch. So you can do the whole spectrum. And in general, it's useful to not assume that anything is unique to a particular gender assignment at birth or anatomical setup, because we have more in common than we do different, especially once you add hormones into the mix. Lots of different fun things can happen. So this leotard thing, I don't know. It's a little silly. I'm going to give it a D. Human furniture, love it. God tier. I love being a footstool. I love being a oscillating fan. I love being a delivery robot. I love being a couch, a pillow, a doll that you sleep with. I like whatever. What kind of, a lamp? I don't know. It's objectifying. It means I don't have to interact like a human. Ooh, baby, love it. Empty eyes. Ugh. Empty eyes. Whether so vinyl 3D hypno gifs, they'll make eyes look dull. So when a character is awake, their eyes will have a slight shine to them, and then when they're hypnotized, they'll go dull. I love dead eyes. I love dull eyes. Empty eyes can also be like all black. It can be like in a lot of anime where they just make kind of the pupil all black without like the shine. It can just be more of an expression. Love it. Oh, it's so hot. I love it, you guys. The more dead someone looks, the better. Spiral eyes, great. Also great. I'm gonna give it an A tier just because some spirals are better than others. But I love it. Hypnotic finger, A. Following the finger up and down, back and forth, touches you on the forehead, blink. Rubbing your temple, bringing you down like this. I like this. This is really good. Let's give it up for hypnotic finger. Hypnotized to show feet. It's just a little silly to me. It's just a little silly. I am not opposed to it. I like foot people. I support foot people. And I like aspects of feet, like tactile wise. Like I like having my feet touched and like sucked on. Like, but I'm not into like looking at a foot doesn't do anything for me per se. But like, unless it's like really cute. But like, you know, I'm gonna give it a solid C because like hypnotized to show feet for me is not terribly exciting. But like, I could see it be exposing, or it's me being like a pleasing sex toy for someone if that's what they're into. Performing for them in a way that they're into. It's cute. Furry hypnosis. This one may surprise y'all. I feel like I don't need it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like there isn't like a pull there. Like, part of what makes bimbofication appealing is like, oh, you're betraying yourself. You're becoming something that isn't you. Or dronification is you're losing yourself. Losing your intelligence, maybe a pretty significant part of yourself. Whereas furry is like, yeah, I'm already a furry. Who cares? You know? So I'm going to give it a mid tier. Because like, ooh, you're becoming a furry is like, yeah, no shit. Like, it's just not like, oh no, don't make me do this thing I already did. Like, I don't know. It's just not that exciting to me. Expressionless, God tier. One of the great reliefs of hypnosis to me is no pressure to mask. Monotone voice, empty eyes, robotic movement, flat voice. Already said that. All that. Yes, people with dicks can do all kinds of things. There's really nothing essential to a vagina or a dick, and of course many people have anatomy that transcends that binary in many different ways, and hormones change your physiological response. So if you have not walked all the paths, as a general rule, best not to assume that there aren't, you know, roses and poppies on that path. Does that make any sense? Like, we have way more in common than we have different, and especially if you're on estrogen, a lot of your sexual response is going to look similar to other people on estrogen, no matter whatever their setup was or where they've been, you know, who they are, what they did, and vice versa. Testosterone orgasms are dick localized, even if you got a tiny little dick that you grew on teat. And estrogen orgasms are quite different. And if you are multi-track drifting and using multiple hormones, then you're getting all kinds of fun shit going on. And then, of course, there's intersex people who have all kinds of stuff going on. So, yeah. You can grow prostate tissue on testosterone. So you can have anal orgasms from, I mean, some of us already could. But, like, you can have, like, very similar to, like, what are stereotyped as male anal orgasms in the literature. It's not actually specific to, you know, quote unquote males, because what even is that? First of all, it's a very inherently like transphobic like classification. And then also, even if you didn't have prostate tissue to begin with, you can grow it on teat, and you can have orgasms that are much more estrogen dominant or more testosterone dominant. All kinds of stuff's possible, and with the power of the mind, even more becomes possible. So, get into it. Eye roll, my beloved. Eye roll white eyes, like the more rolled up, the better. One of my great shames as a hypno freak is I don't have the best eye roll. Like, I can do a good one, but like I can't really like full white eyes on command. If I'm really deep, I can do a pretty good white eye roll, but like I wish I could do it better. Some people can really just like snap up and down, and it's so hot. Love her. Drooling. Love. Love, love, love. We love drooling. Ooh, is it A or God? I'm going to put it in A. Mouth falls open, spit all over the titties or chest, all over the body, aren't even aware they're doing it. Like, tongue out. So good. So fucking good. Hypnotized to be a harem dancer. It's the Orientalism for me. Again, I think it's fine for people to play with things that are problematic, but some of it makes me a little distracted. I think there's aspects of like the harem trope I find sexy, of like, oh, you own this whole stable of sex slaves. That's hot. But then like bringing in this weird like racist Orientalism into it, and like maybe even have people like in some kind of weird racist belly dancer cosplay. So I'm gonna give it a D tier, because I think there are like aspects of being in like a hypno harem I think is very hot, but like if you're using the word harem, I'm immediately on alert for some weird shit to be implicated that is not personally for me. Make sense? Coils. This is as in snakes, being wrapped up in coils, crushed. Maybe you're watching the coils and they're hypnotizing you. Maybe they're moving across your body in a sensual way that's hypnotizing you. Maybe they're coiling around your arms and legs and posing you and suspending you in different positions and penetrating you. I mean, we love tentacles. We love coils. So I'll put it in God tier. To me, coils and tentacles are parts of the same thing. We're almost done, everybody. We're in the final round. Oh, no, don't worry about it, Kat. I like to just kind of be clear on that stuff. Just because it is a thing where I think where a lot of people make assumptions. And so I just like to clarify that. But, you know, it's no big deal. It's just some things I like to be pedantic about. Happy trance. I like a happy trance. I'm going to give it a B, because I tend to prefer blank. But as I've gotten older and more into like more schmoopy lovey-dovey stuff, actually I'm going to move it up to A. Pet play, I think, is what really helped unlock it for me. I used to be all about blank, obedient robot, not a human, not a person, empty, vacated trance. And I still love that shit. But through pet play, I got much more into the idea of like, you're happy and silly and soft and trusting, and you're being taken care of, and you're just a little puppy, and you're happy to be dumber, and like you're safe. Like I used to be like, just obliterate me, and now it's like the idea of like, oh, I'm just safe and happy is actually really nice. So I like a happy trance. I like a content pet trance. And sometimes you see that with bimbo too, that you're kind of like happy and ditzy and silly, and I like that. So, happy trance, especially if it's kind of like a mellow, goofy, happy, I fucks with it. I'm really new to HRT and the changes. When I was prescribed tea, I asked a million questions and no one explained any of that. Oh yeah, there's so much misinformation about it, and that's why I do really try to like clear it up a lot, because I think like people get taught very limited information and misinformed a lot in ways that end up being like pretty bioessentialist and are not the reality. And I think it's good for people to know that, oh my god, it's so much more to it than we get told. Yeah. So, you know, not knowing all of that stuff is something that has been created in us by a lot of system failures, and so I try to just correct it where I can. Hypnotized in latex. I mean, like, it's like, yeah, do I like cherries? Do I like whipped cream? Yeah. A tier. Like, it makes you feel more compressed. It makes you feel like you're more of a display object. It looks good. It's sexy. It's associated with sex. It's featureless. It's droney. It makes you very sensitive to temperature changes and touch. It invites touch. People immediately want to run their hands all over you when you're in latex. We love her. Spiral, I mean, like, A tier, essential. Like, show me a hypnosis without a hypnosis without spirals is a day without sunshine. Latex, try chlorinated latex. If you can't fuck with regular latex, chlorinated latex is much easier to get on and off. You don't have to use any dressing, meaning you don't have to use talcum powder or lube to get it on. It's often a little thicker gauge, so it doesn't rip as bad. You can wear it a little looser, and it's more resilient. Yeah, chlorinated latex is where it's at. My chlorinated latex catsuit on in 30 seconds. Tech control, God tier, being controlled by a remote, being controlled by an app, being reprogrammed. Oh, the squeaky sounds. That's real. That's fair. Drastic personality change, A tier, love it. Alters, becoming a different person, losing traits, feeling more. You can use hypnosis not just for subby things too. There's this great hypnosis file I have that's about becoming more dominant or tapping into your dom self and your power. You can use hypnosis to make yourself a dom or a top or a middle, like whatever role you want to take on, you can use hypnosis to make yourself like a child or like a parent or like a beast or like a god. You can do hypnosis for anything. We tend to see it as more submissive, but you can actually use hypnosis for anything. Small pupil eyes. Great. Love her. I'm going to give that A tier. It's hot. It's not as hot as whitewash eyes, but it's like definitely sexy. Hypnotized dom. Now I just said hypnosis is for anything, right? But being very subby, I do tend to prefer to be, hypnotized as a sub. But I think like being a hypnotized dom is one area where like I can do more toppy things if it's from a submissive role, right? So there is a way in which I could be hypnotized to do like impact on someone or hypnotize someone else or hold someone else down or something like that, and it's a kind of way of like you're doming but you're still submissive, or you're topping and you're still submissive depending on the activity. So I'm gonna say hypnotized dom. I'm gonna give it B tier. It's fun. It's the only way you're going to get me to dom usually is if you hypnotize me to do it. So I'm still subbing. And some people do that in like a shady way where they're trying to trick you into doming them. And they're putting it off as like switch play. But there is a genuine way to do it. Consensual hypnosis shit tier. Give me that CNC. No further comment. Mass hypnosis, A, especially if it's drone, like a bunch of drones. Like my dream scene is like a darkened convention hall. All these drones, hundreds of drones sitting on the floor, dark with just like a few strobing lights and spirals, and then a big screen, huge sound system, big screen, big spiral, hypnotic programming, fog machine, doors are locked or something, or there's drones guarding the doors. Hundreds of drones, all in latex, all looking the same in uniform, all lined up, all being hypnotized together, all repeating the same mantras for like hours, and then eventually having like a drone orgy where we're all just like rubbing against each other and we don't know where one body ends and the other begins, and you're just not human anymore. That's the dream. That's heaven is a place on earth, and it's a mass dronification hypnosis scene. So much so that I think that that's what like drone is, and to other people it's other things, but to me that's the dream. A fleet of hypnotized drones. Hypno duel, it's switch play. I'm gonna give it a C tier. It's fine. I've done it, like the head scratching thing, but for me it's like I don't want to win, I want to lose, so it's not that fun. Non-sissy feminization. Thank you for this clarification. Tier list. My God. I'm going to give that a nice solid B. If it's not sissy hypno, if it's just you're becoming more feminine and girly and soft and whatever that means, whatever trope, is good. Love it. Subliminal messages, love it. God her A tier, got her A tier. So subliminal messages are kind of like the spirals I was showing on Spiral Me, just text flashing on the screen quickly and subtly. Actually, I'm going to move it up to God tier. When you can like barely consciously process it, it's actually subliminal, because subliminal means below awareness. That's really good shit. Sometimes it's too overt, which is still fun, but when you can't even tell what it's saying, but you just know you're like taking it in, that's hot. Hypnotic ass. Male Valence, are you still here? We have hypnotic ass. We have hypnotic ass on the board. I think it's silly. I've done it. I've had a dom in a shiny latex outfit do hypnotic ass, and I kind of had to be like playing along a little bit. I guess for me, and this is sexism. I will fully admit this is sexism. I think cocknosis appeals more to me because there's a lot of like, usually it's in a context of like the cock is gonna like dominate you and fuck you or whatever. A cock is not inherently a dominant thing, right? But like, unfortunately, because of sexism and bioessentialism, people reinforce that trope, and that trope kind of gets drilled into your brain. Whereas the message that we get in the world is very sexistly that tits and ass are more submissive, that they're like for display, that they're for use, they're for pleasing you as the outside observer. And so when it's like you're being dominated by the tits or the ass, I'm like, I don't have as much of an existing psychological superstructure to believe that. You see asses and titties getting slapped and bound and used and ogled and dominated, and so it's not fair, it's sexist, but it's just, you know, it's the cultural programming I still kind of have. I just don't, I'm not like, ooh, like an ass is controlling me or what, like the ass isn't gonna fuck me, you know. And of course, this is again very essentialist to be like the penetrating thing is more dominant, because that's not inherently true, right? But it's still, you know, like we live in a society, and so like it's a little bit kind of lodged in my brain. Like I don't inherently feel like dominated by an ass. Maybe if it was smashing me, if it was like ass in my face smashing me, and the person's a lot bigger, that I could kind of get into that. Maybe if the tits were like smothering me, I could get into that kind of thing. But like I need, you know, like we like just the tropes of like what makes something dominant or whatever is like very, you know, it's very stereotypical. But like I would need the ass to just pulverize me or something like that. Bellies, I love a belly in my face. I love like being like face fucked and then the belly's hitting me in the face. Oh my god, that would hit. Maybe because it's a very familiar sensation, like that kind of thing. It can be worked with. It's just because we live in a society, and I am not immune to living in a society, I would need the tit and the ass gnosis to be a little bit like pulverizing me. Yes, impact means hitting, kicking, spanking, etc. Hypno the Pokemon, god tier. My boy. Hypno's nap time on the Pokemon anime. One of my foundational roots. Turning Misty into a seal. So hot. Collar. We love collar. We love collar. What, you know, having the collar pulled on, putting the collar on, like having the collar on, like putting it on and it putting you into a trance, like hearing it lock, hearing it cut off your brain, like maybe the collar has a chip in it and it locks into your spine and controls your brain. There's a lot of interesting stuff you can do there. As soon as the collar is on, it just like cuts off electrical activity to your brain, so you're empty. All kinds of fun stuff can be done with collars. Just a pull being like bringing you down. You can do that. Collar. Hypnotized to kneel. I love kneeling. A tier. A tier. I'm like God tier or A tier? I'm gonna say A tier because I'm 37 and I have to use the really thick yoga mat. Hypnotic flames. I could really, I haven't played with it a ton, but I'd love to see it. Rune, I don't know if I haven't seen you in the chat in a minute, but like if it was like hypnotic flames with like a burner, like a fire dancer, or like somebody spinning flames, I think that could be really hot. I think of Hellfire from Disney's Hunchback of Notre Dame, like seductive flame dancing. Having somebody stare into I think you could do a really fun like staring into a candlelight induction, talking them down, or staring into like a campfire or a fireplace. I think a flame induction would be really useful for helping someone feel hypnotized to feel powerful. Little like Aries flame fire sign empowerment hypnosis, energizing, or cozy. It's not something I have played with a lot, but I would like to. I think there's a lot of fun associations between flames. Melting. A lot of tropes in hypno are about like melting your brain, having your brain drip out between your legs. Like, so you could use flame for melting, power, lots of fun stuff. Closet Demon says, I mean, I already get hypnotized by flames, so it's just perfect. Flames are very captivating of attention. Rune, who does a lot of fire like spinning, said that like when you have something on fire, that is the most powerful thing in the room, and that for them it kind of obliterates some of the social anxiety they would normally feel, or like boredom or detachment, because everybody's eyes are on the flames. Your attention, if you're working with the sword or the fan or the poi on fire, has to be on the flame, and it just demands attention and respect. Flame. And I think that's really cool, and I think it's a powerful symbol. So it's kind of a fun hypnotic symbol that empowers, potentially, or overpowers. Heart eyes. Heart eyes are cute. I like heart eyes. I'm gonna put them up here next to Happy. Where's Happy Trance? I like heart eyes. I like hypnosis as like an extension of just being like stupidly in love. It's fun. We're just stupid and devoted. Heart eyes often come with bimbo, but they don't have to. I like it more as a sign of just undying devotion, like a devoted, happy servant. Why do I like that and I don't like love potion? I don't know. You tell me. But like, I think it's just more generic, whereas love potion has a certain, like, I'm casting a spell on you to make you my partner thing, whereas like heart eyes are just like, oh, I'm just your thrall, I'm your servant, I love you, I'm below you, you know, and I just love it. Vampire hypnosis. This one is hard. I don't like blood. It makes me like blood and blood sucking. As much as I like the idea of vampires and vampire thralls, I really have to, like, even watching Interview with a Vampire, I have to look away for all of the blood draining. So I'm sorry, vampire hypnosis, I'm gonna give you a D. Holding a subject's chin, like holding them, you know, having them lock in on your face. I like it. I like touch. I'm gonna give it a solid B tier. Any holding the face or the jaw or the chin is really nice. Princessification. Oh, that's cute. I kind of like it. I like it, you know, in the same way of like puppy, where it's like, oh, you're the, or dollification. It's like, oh, you're just this little thing, you know, or like an age play element, like, oh, I'm gonna pamper you and take care of you, and you can't take care of yourself, and you're precious. And it's a little bit like bratty potentially, or a little switchy. I think it's cute. I've never done it. I think it would be cute to do. It might be a good way to like get a sub who doesn't like being treated well to accept being treated well, to make them a little spoiled princess. I think that's really cute. So princessification, yay, let's do it. Punkification. Some of these I've barely seen. Making somebody into a punk, I don't know, that's just like, again, it's like I would just already do that. I don't know. There's nothing very charged to me. Like, it's like, yeah, I already like those aesthetics. Like, why do you have to hypnotize me to do it? Like, what's the end game here? Because I don't associate punk with, like, submissive or dominant or anything. Like, it's just a look. Like, what are we trying to make the person more anarchist? Are we trying to make the person mosh? I don't know. It's just not, it's just a thing to me. It's just a generic thing. It's not sexy. Nerdification. I'm gonna put this on shit tier. I don't know. It's just not, I don't get it. I don't think it's hot. Like, I don't think nerd aesthetics are hot. I don't know. I don't get what the end game is. What are you gonna do? Make them trip? I guess it's a form of degradation or something that I just don't get. You know, I never got Velma. I don't think she's hot. Like, I don't get the nerdy thing. I just don't. We're all already nerds. Yeah, it's like, what, like punks and nerds. It's like, yeah, that's like a human. What are you talking about? You know, it's like autism hypnosis. Well, actually, I would like that. I don't know. Sleeping agent. So this is like Manchurian Candidate. So like you've been programmed to complete some kind of task and you don't know that you've been brainwashed and programmed, and you're living your whole life until you hear an activation phrase and then you're locked into that role and you complete that role. I think that's terribly hot. I'm still holding out hope that that has been done to me and that my trigger will be activated. So I'm going to give it a B. I love it. Taka Does Stuff says, just link the stream to my doll wife, and she's so excited in DMs about almost every single one of these. We hadn't considered a Hypno Kink watch. Yay! Yay! Oh, I'm so happy for you. Ooh, what a treat. You're in for such a treat. Yay! Oh, thank you. Oh, DM me. Let me know how it goes. Oh, boy, dolls. I love dolls. And I love introducing people to hypno stuff. Yay! Oh, I'm so chuffed. That's great. JRH says, I have wisdom about nerdification. Let me know in the chat what you like about nerdification. Closet Demon, yes, you want to be the Winter Soldier. I get it. I want to be Raiden. Footnosis, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's shit tier. I don't know. I like feet just fine, but I don't really see feet as like a dominant thing. I've seen plenty of footnosis porn, and I'm always like, what? It's dumb. Like, it doesn't... The cultural associations with feet, to me, the only time feet I associate with, like, dominance is, like, if you are worshiping someone as, like, a god or goddess, and you are prostrate at their feet and you're kissing their feet. I think that's cute. I like doing that. But, like, the feet are hypnotizing me. Usually it's like they're showing the soles and swinging them back and forth, and this is not it for me. Handshake induction. Very simple, straightforward hypnotic induction. You take the person's hand, shake it up and down, pull them down. So it's kind of a surprise. It's very fast. It's very rapid. It's kind of just white bread to me. It's kind of generic. Give it a C. I don't find it terribly exciting. I don't find it terribly effective. In some ways, it takes advantage of just surprise, and a person plays along with it. So I think it's not the best hypnotic induction for getting feedback on whether the person's really feeling it versus just playing along. That's part of why I don't like stage hypnosis, is because there's a lot of social pressure that demands a person to play along, and you don't get as much checking in on how deep they actually are. Whereas I prefer a hypnosis method where you can really check on, okay, you're an 8 out of 10. Let's bring you down to a 5. And, like, the dance of it, the seduction. So that's how I feel about that. It's fine, but I think it's too blunt of an instrument, to be completely honest with you. Unaware of being hypnotized. Great. Fun. B tier. Kind of like the sleeping agent Manchurian Candidate thing. If the person isn't aware that they're being hypnotized, but then they're still obeying commands, or they are in a trance and they don't even know they're in a trance. It's got slight consensual non-consent vibes, which I find very appealing. It's cute. I love it. Using a trigger and then the person doesn't know where the trigger came from and they're surprised. Waking somebody up in the middle of a trance and they don't know how they got there. Oh, love. And finally, Stepfordization, being made into a Stepford wife. What I like about it is that it's a little bit of bimbo, but without the like California big tit tan blonde aesthetic. It's more playing with sexism in a way I find kind of cathartic. Like I said, I like cleaning and doing service. It is a robot element, at least in the 2000s reboot of the book and movie. They're robots, they're robotified wives and one gay guy, and that's hot, and the book is hot, and the original movie from the 70s or 60s or whatever is about kind of a lack of feminist consciousness and like cultural brainwashing, being brainwashed into a Stepford wife role, a subservient wife role. And I find that very hot, like playing with the darkness of like, this is what society does to people. I really like that, and it's like really dark, like in the original movie, watching one character after another kind of fall to this programming is really, really hot. So I like it. I'm gonna give it a solid B tier. It's not my number one thing, but I would always be down to play with it, because it checks a lot of boxes for me. Whew, okay, I gotta get my ass going. Bootnosis is totally a thing. There's definitely leather boot worship stuff. Parasitized puppet. Alright, I gotta go. This has been so fun. I have to get going soon. Thank you everybody for watching and for sitting in on this. We still managed to hit 5.5 hours, even with a short essay. So thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. If you're on the VOD, please leave comments and let me know what you like and your thoughts. I read them and appreciate them. If you want to see more of these, subscribe to my YouTube at Dr. Devin Price. And if you want to read my essays, it's currently drdevonprice.substack.com. And even if I do change the URL, it will still redirect, because I get one switch on Substack where it'll still redirect. So this was really fun. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Oh my god, for 5.5 hours. Talk to many of y'all soon. And next week, if time allows, next week I'm going to do a stream of my messaging styles and ghosting piece, which I have still not done yet. So I know I'm behind on that. So thank you everybody for hanging out. If you filled out a tier list, share it with me or post it in the Piscord. And I'll see many of y'all on the Piscord and on the internet or in life. So those of us who actually know each other soon. So thanks for being here. Good night.